Okay, so we're gonna be picking up where we left off with our run. Now, one thing I did do from the last time is I did go in here because we mentioned a couple of the mechanics. I did tone down the drifters a little bit because I find them just annoying. They don't give you loot that's worthwhile. They could appear right next to you, and that won't solve most of it. We'll still get them to appear just the exact same underground, but the temporal storms will be toned down. I thought there was one other thing I changed. I didn't change much. Yeah, so he still like drop stuff, all that. What was the other one I changed? There was one other thing. Oh, I was debating changing the map to be the color accurate one so you can see the ground versus like the old-timey map. Yeah, so we got that. Actually, did that not save? No, it didn't save my changes. It's fine, whatever. Yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and change it so we change the map to show the accurate materials on the ground. The storm length is whatever. It's fine. So we're only changing the map. Like the map you pull up. So instead of just being like the old-timey map, you can actually look at the ground and be like, oh, that's dark. That's where my shale was. That's fine. So we'll go ahead and update that. And we'll pick up where we left off. Because it was one of those things, from what I've been finding with the drifters, there's like, you can either like kind of turn them off completely or leave them on. Otherwise, that you can mostly just tone up and down the temporal storms from what I found. I could be totally wrong. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But I've been pretty mixed on the drifters because, like, in Minecraft, when you kill the enemies, you at least get some resources worthwhile, and even they can be just annoying. But there's a strong counterplay. If you just put up a bunch of light, they last forever, and the monsters go away. So it's you put the time in to clear your area, and you're good. That doesn't work in Vintage Story. So toning down the drifters in good Vintage Story, and I'll tell you why, if you want minor spoilers. So, sure. I know you can't get the gears on any real frequency. You can get them from panning, which is not great. I didn't want to grab that, I just wanted... Grab those bronze bars now that they're cooled. Okay. The higher level drifters on ground have some insane drop rates, some stuff like 10 gears per drifter. I need to go and expand this basement. It's the only way to get Jonas parts? Yeah. I don't know, like for me so far, I found the drifters to be a very unsatisfying mechanic. Like the combat with them has not been particularly interesting or fun. Like, pretty much the drifters, you've got, like, the regular drifter that just runs at you. Nothing really to say about that. Pretty standard AI. And then the other one just stands there and hucks stuff at you. And I know there's one that spawns stuff that we saw. I've got a skull marked on my map. Way to the south. And that skull way to the south is where we had, like... I was already full of stuff I wanted to keep, so we didn't actually fight it. But is hearing all sorts of like really obnoxious screechy noises. And I'm like, alright, some nasties down here. Right, so we got our oak seeds because we were going to be working on the leather working. Right. So let's get our food handled real quick. And I believe for food, we're going to end up needing to make more bread. I actually have lime in there. Not much, though. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. Get some bread happening. That's fine, I don't want to sit here and deal with this forever. Okay, we can drop this off. What day of the year is it? Okay, we're actually still in November, so I'm not as far into the year as I thought I was. One other thing that happened is you might have noticed there's a couple more UI elements. I did add a mod that gave me a couple more UI elements. Just to get, like, a little bit more information on the screen kind of thing. Hey, Doom, how's it going? And also, why is the game weirdly quiet right now? Okay, it's also not going to be light outside for a while. Okay. So a couple things I want to get done is let's get the leather working going. I would like to expand a bunch of the other stuff we've got going on here. So like one of the things I want to do is let's start working on moving the kitchen. Let's get light up here. And let's get the kitchen up here and get this entrance to be less cursed. Because then if I get the that's not what I want. Yeah, because then we can start moving up here for our kitchen and all that. And that'll give us more room for the smithy down here. And we could continue expanding this territory. For that, I'm going to need more animal fat. Which means murdering a bunch of animals. Watch out, wood burns. I was under the impression, though, when it came to the wood burning, that you had to worry about these types of pits, but the torches were fine. I'm pretty sure the torches were fine. I'm pretty sure I've had torches up on these walls before. Pretty sure that's fine. Is it still winter? Yes. Your industry stream? Dang. Hey, Janicus, thank you so much for the 300 stream. Catch the last 300 streams without missing one. Really do appreciate that as well. Now we're probably going to need the axe. Yeah, because it was one of the comments we had, unless it's changed in the last update, which I doubt it. There was the whole comment about thinking of installing mods? Just UI mods. Generally speaking, I tend to run my games extremely mod light. Oh, those are not as filling as I thought they were going to be. Okay. It is my preference to not mod very much. Okay. So, when the mine becomes like RimWorld, I'll return to this game. Okay. I mean, that's certainly a choice. Same. Server you play on with friends is so overloaded with mods. You play solo vanilla. Yeah. Okay. Mods make the game so much better than vanilla? That's something that would be very subjective. I, personally, in most games I play, I do tend to find mods tend to just really start to add more and more and more stuff that usually ends up not being balanced and all that kind of stuff, and this isn't me being like, oh, you mod, you're playing it wrong. I'm just definitely in the camp that I would much rather have a clean, cohesive base game and then just put a couple of like little quality of life mods on it than put a bunch of like mods and mods and mods and mods and mods. So like with Minecraft and all that, I never really got into doing like the heavy modding thing. Would you give me the bread? There we go. But it's really, really easy for mods to get out of hand really fast. I've also had really bad luck with just random mods soft locking saves and all that. That's not wanted. Okay. What I'm doing right now is I'm doing a mix of cooking bread and just running water back and forth. Can I pick up a block? I probably can pick up a block of water entirely. Place on ground, fill. There's probably a way to transport an entire block. I assumed it was the bucket that would let me do that. Oh, maybe instead of filling the water in, like in the barrel I'm doing in here, maybe it's like pop a little hole in the ground, I can just put in the block at that stage. Okay, what's it take to make the wrong one? Still a wrong one. So the weak tannin, I need 10 liters of water per log. We'll just fill it up. What do you need the water for? For making tannin for leatherworking. So let's do an experiment. So I'm taking a little water here. What happens if I go to this end? I don't see it. Okay. Sometimes it gets overwhelming. Yeah. Alright. They're staying up all night, baking bread. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, if I had like an actual tile of water I could pull from. Let's see here. Water. You can use it for mixing a bunch of stuff. Boiling water, still water. Can be placed onto a bunch of blocks. Yeah, I mean, we don't have a special thing to move, just the ones we've got. Alright. Huh. Because if we close this up with 100 liters of water in it, we can just get some tannin. One thing I ought to do is maybe just move the barrels outside so I don't have to walk so far. I was hoping to move a block of water down there so I had like a little reservoir I could kind of pull the water out of for all of this. It's fine. I have no idea how often I'm going to need to make tannin. Gotta be a way to move this. Take a single portion of liquid transfer. Okay, so none of those. Wouldn't that freeze the water if it's outside? Maybe. I don't know. I have no idea how smart this thing is. I'm also curious where those ratios are wrong. If I seal that up, will I still have wood in there, but I'll still get the tannin? I'm guessing that's what'll happen. I'm not too worried about wasting oak to find out. Because you're full. Okay, so we've learned a lesson here. And that lesson is, I can't seal if the ratio's wrong. So I would need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, that's too many. Seal that for tannin. Yeah, no, I remember the ratios. It was a matter of if I would be allowed to put too much in there and just, you know, I would get the thing I was processing plus something else, or if it would just not work. Yeah, I'll definitely want to rearrange this later to make that better. Oh yeah, and people mentioned debarking the trees. Might look better. So you need 2 more rounds of water. Oh, you're already... Well, the idea I had with that was I would make the tannin, I'd pull the tannin out, put it in its own barrel, and then, you know, fill it up with water again, and do another round, and be lazy about it, but, you know... Maybe I just want some soggy oak. Don't judge me. Sometimes you just need a little soggy oak in your life. That sounds really weird. Alright. Okay, so we got some weak tannin going. I think we've gotten too cold to make bread. How long do you last? 2 days? If I chuck you in here... 18 days. Yeah, it's fine. Gonna give you a hint? About what? Because I'm not against a hint. I just want to make sure it's a hint that isn't just revealing big things to me. Where didn't I have like a giant mountain of oak we had collected? Where did I put that? Didn't I have like 8 or 9 stacks of oaks? I'm probably just not remembering. Oh, you know, I bet you I put in here. There you are. Because I got all those crates. All right. Oh yeah. No, I'm actually aware of the using food faster. I shouldn't still have it. I'm also very lazy and not wanting to deal with that. But yeah, no, I was aware of that one. Okay. Oh, shift control? Oh, that's way better. Thank you. Okay, so we've got our water up there. I'm not used to having to have, like, multiple levels of modifiers for basic functions in game. Makes me think back to the days of, like, when it was, like, really hardcore into World of Warcraft and just... You'd have, you know, your regular buttons, your shift click, your alt click, your shift alt click, and you'd just be like, wait a second, this is getting a little much. Alright, so, let's eat some bread. Apparently flax bread, not the bastion of nutrition. Tools-wise, why don't I have all these on my bar? So get you back down here. There's your prospecting pick. That's the bismuth and that's the copper. That's fine. We've got you to deal with here. We did that run yesterday. Or not yesterday, last stream. A couple days ago. Okay, so we got a ton of oak trees. So I'm building my orchard over here. Right now, to not have the oak trees right on top of me, I'm gonna go over here to this like little island just across the way here. We're just gonna plant a bunch of acorns. Apparently I already have a tree planted over there, that's fine. Okay, so that should give me a bunch of that. We can worry about dropping off the blocks when I know where I'm going. What's over here that? Ah, peat. I see. You know, definitely like to get more of these trees. They're all dormant right now because it's winter. So I've got the tannin stuff going. We got a bunch of bread on us. It's not super late in the day, so let's see. We need to figure out what I need for iron. So we can go to iron, iron ingot. Where are you at? Iron ingots are created by smithing, which requires an iron bloom. So we need hematite for iron. Okay. So let's go ahead and check our map, turn on our filters. Hematite. So I've got one hit for... that's resin. I literally have never seen hematite. No, that's not true. I've got a minuscule amount of hematite up here. And nowhere else on the entire map we've explored. Alright. Well, any direction's as good as any other direction. Oh, let's drop these blocks going west real quick. And I know I could go and find a shovel until I'm just putting down 3 more blocks, so I'm not going to go all the way back for my shovel. Okay. Good enough. Oh, magnetite and limonite? Oh, I have actually seen those. So with the magnite, we do actually have a decent amount way to the southeast, but limonite I believe I saw a ton of somewhere. Yeah, we got a really good spot of limonite literally just south of us. So 3.2, 3.1. A limonite? Oh, I see. So we've got no limonite and magnetite. We have an okay spot down here. Yeah, so I think we'll go down to the southeast there and check that area. Okay. We'll start looking for the iron, because I suspect that's going to block a lot of stuff. We've got our tannin being produced. There's not going to be a whole lot of farming in the middle of winter. So with a little bit of luck here, we might get, some goodies. Actually, what do I need for the lantern? Lantern, okay, that's a lantern belt. So just a straight up lantern. Unusable cutter. There we go. We can make like copper lanterns and all that. So it's a plate, a candle, right, and the candle was waiting on beeswax. And we haven't seen bees. That's right. There's not a whole lot to add to that till we can locate some bees. Okay, so at this stage we start cutting to the west or east. We're going west, don't worry about it. Oh, right. And you also need to be watching for horsetail. Since now I know I can make bandages with that. Okay. Try and get out of these hills. And also, let's take our map just for surveying information. Turn everything on, because that way if I find myself anywhere where I don't have any surveying dots anywhere nearby, we'll go ahead and do a survey, because I'm finding that to be kind of a useful strategy that don't, like, seek out a specific material, just, oh, I don't have a survey marker for a while, slap down a quick survey. It's like right here, I don't have a survey marker with invisible range. Okay, so you can go here, switch you to area. Hey, wizard, how's it going? Alright, so that's one survey spot. One block. 2 blocks. 3 blocks. Okay. And 1, 2, 3. All right. And 4. Things are pretty good here. Ultra high limonite. The ultra high limonite and poor bisonite. And where we're actually trying to get to is over there. So it's almost, so it's east by southeast. So go a little bit farther. So 1, 2. It should be far enough. And 3. And poor quality on basically everything. Oh, parsnips. Okay, now we've already got a survey spot over this way. Got a unit of spelt there. Alright. And we surveyed here. Ah, bear, bear, bear. Be cool, bear. Alright. We probably ditched the bear by now. And while it'd certainly be good to go after some of the bears for, like, their fat and all that, I really should do that. We're pretty far from home. I'd rather hunt most of the animals nearby the house or have, like, a dedicated run where I'm going hunting. Got a goat. How close are we? Alright, so straight east. Take me to where we're looking for, and we've got a tiny bit of rye. Well, I appreciate getting all the seeds. It is just filling up my inventory. Okay, so we have nowhere we've surveyed nearby. So let's go ahead and dig ourselves a little spot down here. So that's 1. And I'll dig a spot here. And this will be 2. I probably should be filling these holes I'm making in the ground back in. Because the more I think about this is something where I'll not pay attention, I'll run across and just fall in a hole later. And 3. So decent bismuth. Ow. Not a whole lot else. Good enough for me. Okay. And over here is where we were finding where I might be able to get some decent iron. So we still have relatively calm weather. Okay, so let's switch over back to the magnetite. So I've got this one, it still seems to be climbing in that direction. So let's keep that trend going before I start trying to commit to going down there and quarrying to see if I can't find it. Let's check to the south here a little bit and see if we see a higher amount of magnetite. So here's one. One, two, three. And this will be two. One, two, three. It's gonna dig straight down here versus making little troughs. The 1.6, which is also decent. Okay, so you have 1.6 there and 1.61 there. So we did slightly go up going to the south. To the west, it went down. So let's start going over this way a little ways, and we'll do it again. It's actually a pretty good spot to just not have to dig anywhere for it. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. Okay. Would you let me finish what I'm doing? Okay, so that went down, I think? Was that down or up? High activity. Of course it is. Go down here a little ways farther. That's weird. You gave me the string without even killing you. Huh. They're now just dropping it without me having to skin them. I'm on board with that. So 1. I'm just gonna have to go home. Oh, I heard the spear. So, unfortunately, because we have high rift activity, I could sit out here and fight all day. And I'm gonna make, like, no progress. So, rather than that, we're just gonna go home. It's not worth my time. We did get some seeds and all that. We are finding where there is potentially iron. I just need to have a little bit more time to actually scout it out to figure out like where's the best place for me to dig down to start trying to hunt for it. And unfortunately with the rift activity high, if we go underground mining anyways, I'm just going to spend half the time like either closing off walls behind me so I can mine a little bit more of that kind of nonsense. because weirdly this game lets the enemies spawn within a couple of tiles of you, like if you're in the dark or the temporal instability is bad. Like literally the enemy can just spawn practically on top of you and start fighting, and I do wish that didn't work that way. That like that'd be a little bit more out in the periphery, and then they could certainly like move in on you. And unfortunately, it's a hike. I'm hearing all the riffs all over the place as I'm running around. But I'm really low health. Hey, chickens, I really need to make traps to trap you once we're not in the winter. Okay. Because then we'll try and get the chickens going so I can get a source of feathers that's a little bit more reliable. So I can hopefully make a lot more arrows for dealing with bears and wolves and stuff like that. Probably also need to make proper armor. I started making the copper, like, scale mail armor, and then just, you know, as I got bronze or stuff, I was like, oh, well, I don't want to put the time in on this, because we're just going to up-tech. Okay. Alright. And I'm guessing when you get back home, there's going to be a ton of rifts around the house. Yep, there's a rift directly along the side of my house. Because of course there is. Alright, so what are we doing here with the stuff we got? We got some seeds. I have no idea what my organization was here because we just switched it. Alright, we got that. Alright, so the horsetail we use to make horsetail polis bandages. Which is just these reeds. So that's perfect. So I can grab you and you. Well, that's annoying. Did I leave the door open? No, there just must be a spot up here that's not technically bright enough. Because you're closed. Well, actually, you're open over here. That's fine. Okay, so let's see here. Back to us trying to do. Chuck those blocks in there. And grab you out of there. Drop you back in. Drop you in. Drop you in. Make some more fabric. Well, thread, I guess. Actually, take the back. More fabric. Let's see. Is there anything here we want to go over way for? We got a bunch of stuff for making thing. Yeah, we've got linen fiber pulp. The sieve, the sewing kit. So we can go ahead and make our linen. That's weird. Used for repairs and making new clothes. It's weird that I could choose that. We make clothing, we can make a sling, we can make a wooden bed. We have bombs, we have plain cloth. Oh, I see, that's for normal stitches. Yeah, the thing that's got me weirded out is this recipe is showing that. With something like this? It's a plain bolt of cloth. You use the bolt of cloth for, you know, some various clothing. Reindeer herder. A bug net. Yeah, that's the only thing that's got me confused is because this one, if we look at it, it does show me that I've got the recipe for sewing kit using the cloth, but then it shows this. So it's a bit curious that says this is an ingredient for this. So bolt cloth. That's fine. What we'll do is our next linen we will try using with that to try and figure it out. Okay, so I've got that. I've got another gear to toss in here. Let's grab the resin, toss the gear back in here. I'll go and drop the gear full as well. We'll grab you out and toss you in. Grab you out. Let's grab the peat bricks out, I guess. And toss the peat bricks in here. Put you back in there. Alright, because we need feathers to make more arrows. Oh, my inventory shuffled. 1 second. So that. We don't have our tools handy. Okay. So you're still doing your thing. I'm gonna need to make more food. Yeah, because it's pretty late. I'm getting concerned at the speed we're getting through this food, unfortunately. Oh, let's, before we make more food here, let's take the time to move this. So you are following me upstairs. Let's grab an axe. Da. Clean these up. Alright. So, I wish I didn't have all these enemies out here so I could fix this to have a less cursed entrance. So I can make ourselves a proper kitchen and all that. I could put the kitchen in the back. Let's actually check first. People mentioned stripping the bark off of these. Debarked larch. And we debark with a hammer and an axe. Okay, and that gives it kind of a wood finish. The other thing we could do is the larch boards. We can see if there's some type of larch wall I want. Larch planks. I can just go with the larch planks. I think that'll look better. As opposed to stripping the logs, because I already... So we have birch. Question is, do I want birch or do I want larch? It's probably going to be just the different colors. Larch will be more than likely the lighter of the two woods. So I think in this case, give me those. And then you can have these for now. And let's check before we commit. Alright, so we've got just straight up birch planks. We have the trap door. So trap door, I am going to want those. Get a pair of trap doors. Because that might even be how we solve some of this. So we can go down here to where it's eventually going to be a room down there for potentially doing our charcoal. I'll probably have to change it because that might just burn up. I could see making this an area where, again, we make a trapdoor down here. I'd rather not have everything being going up and down ladders if I don't have to. Are you enjoying the game? I am enjoying it quite a bit. I am still new to the game, but I am enjoying it myself. Alright, for right now, we'll just toss the spare trap door. I've got one of these. Yeah, we could toss you in there. Alright, is there anything else you want to consider before we start building? Because we got our different wall types. 2x4 gate. Yes, those will be parts. Yeah, so I've got the wall type of just birch planks. And then the plaster requires plastin, which requires quicklime. Yeah, that's a lot of lime. I wonder if you could build some sort of position where you could attack the ones hitting your door without going outside. I probably can. Just a matter of how I want to approach this. We only stacked 32 high. So we could go in here. What would it take for me to make glass windows? So you have the leaded window pane, so it's a lead block, some glass in that, and glass created by smelting in a bloomery. I don't have that, so I'm going to worry about that later. Yeah, sure, why not? Because at least these I can replace by just smacking them a bunch. Versus needing to break out an axe and slowly wearing out an axe every time I want to make a change. Okay, so again, we're back to the entrance. That's where I keep going. Alright, what am I doing with this? Birch, we have larch planks. We can go and grab the... They cut the larch into firewood. I can strip it. Okay. You really love this game at first, but you started falling out of it. Watching other play it gives me some sort of nostalgia, but then you remember how easy you die. Yeah, and I made the comments a bunch of times that I find the enemies very unsatisfying in the game. That part of me wishes I kind of would go back and delete them. Just like the fighting with them isn't very interesting or compelling or anything like that. They don't really give you a whole lot early on. They're just kind of a nuisance. But I also feel like if I See? Like, where did you spawn from, man? Maybe this corner doesn't have quite enough light now? Yeah, so definitely spawning in that room up there. How much light do I need up here? You know what? Like, I really wish there was a very easy, you could look and be like, ah, they can, like, that's bright enough, I don't have to worry about them spawning, or, oh no, that's not nearly bright enough. Yeah, because to me, this room should be more than bright enough to not let something spawn in here. There's a relatively cheap light source early on. I mean, I'm not sure if you're talking about the oil lamps here. We have our torches. All right, let's start working on this. Of course, got a rift right outside my door, as always. Seems like the only place it was spawned is like right on top of me, and only ever right on top of me. Okay. We can drop you off. We would need more boards from birch, since that's the way I decided to go with that. Right. Let's eat this bread. Apparently I have parsnip seeds I missed, so let's deal with that. We can make the rabbit trap stuff later. Which is just a stick and all that. So let's move you out of that box, maybe. Put you in this one for right now. We could go check on the stuff down here. Cool, so we have weak tannin. Alright. I was hoping I could have it show me so as... So weak tannin, we only use for making strong tannin. For strong tannin, we add, what's the ratio? So it's 1 to 10, so 5 more oak into each of those. Okay, so there's gonna be the strong tannin. The occasional flax is nice, but it's so rare and combat feels cumbersome. Hitting things with massive axe doesn't feel like it, especially when the living creatures like wolves. And well, I'll stop complaining. What the game has is great. You loved the metallurgy and all that. Yeah, no, that was just kind of the thing. Like, I actually feel the animals, the combat with them feels meaningful, because you get leather, you get wool, you get, or not wool, you get fat, you get meat. So you get a lot of stuff out of it, so there's a reward for your risk. But then it's just... fighting the drifters, it's like you get a stick in the eye as your reward. Now granted, you do get the temporal gears and all that, but the temporal gears, early on, the only use I've seen for it is for your respawn thing, and later on it does look like there's a bunch of other things you can use it for, and that without the drifters, it's extremely rare material. Fair enough, but it's just kind of one of those things that the bulk of the time, they're just a nuisance. Okay. Right, so I need to make food happen. How do I keep ending up with that part? I must be just shift-clicking it back and forth in my inventory. Let's get this parsley seeds out of my inventory. I don't need them. Right, so I want to fix this entrance so it makes any kind of sense at all. And I don't really have a great way of doing it. I could move it all the way to one side over here and have the stairwell down here and then the next stairwell down there. Isn't that like an open expansion kind of thing going on here? I mean, I gotta be working right on top of that portal, which is not great. Okay, let's start with that. So these stairs are going away. They're getting relocated. We're gonna move them over here. I start by picking this up, picking up the table it's on. And for right now, we're just gonna shift that over for just a second. I'm assuming I'll just lose the water when I do this, which is fine. And then the bucket I can just pick up and move. Alright. So the next thing is I'm going to have to make an axe. I need to get this done because we're slowly starving and I don't have more food on me. But I kind of want to get this sorted out. Okay, so I got a hole popped up there. Okay, so I could probably put my other trapdoor and stairs up here to give ourselves like a little cellar spot. Not an actual cellar, like mechanically, but something that environmentally looks like a cellar. Oh, that does have... Oh, that's the water bucket. Okay. Well, one saving grace. Is it does appear that that portal thing doesn't do much until you're like right on top of it. No, I'm gonna need more, aren't I? Okay, that's fine. Okay. I'm sure I have that wrong and I'll fix it later. Okay. So with that, I've got an alternative way into the basement. For right now, start building our kitchen on this side of the room. Okay, let's grab you, because literally I'm going to starve to death soon. Okay, so I've got you. Let's go and, well, I've got this in my inventory. That's for making the flour. Run downstairs. Grab this. Chuck it in a box. Let's see. So I've got the wood plank. What am I looking for? There's something else I need down here. Firewood. That's what I was down here for. Firewood. Now I start taking damage. Grab the bread that we've already made. The raw bread. How long do the barrels take? Quite a while, actually. So go grab you and you, make that. Drop those off real quick, do this, grab you. Those are both flax, so I'll stack them. We need to toss the wood in here real fast. That is not how we do that. Grab you. Light that on fire. Okay. We can go to this one. We can chuck the stairs back there. I've got flint, firewood. We got borax. And drop you there. Alright. We're doing a little rearranging of the household. Because space is becoming a bit of an issue. Parts of the household do not look good. Needed to be cleaned up for a while now. I'm gonna go ahead and try and get this all fixed up real quick. Because the good news is starvation is very slow.
Thank you Dick_Butte for subscribing for 20 months. Liking the game so far?
Hey Dick Butte, thanks so much for the tier 1 sub, the 20 months you've been subbed the channel. Really do appreciate that. And yeah, no, I definitely enjoyed the game. Like I said, my only negative criticism is just the drifters are very, very unsatisfying to deal with. They don't feel rewarding, they feel obnoxious. And I've debated going through and trying to like turn them off kind of thing. But I'm not entirely sure how to do that on an existing save, if I'm being honest. Because, like, I don't mind having a threat or a danger. They're just not a good one. Like, they could get good with some work. It's just the combat in the game is pretty mediocre. Okay, so you're working on that. Close that for a minute. All right. So I can go down here, drop the rest of that in there. Alright, so that'll be our way in there. We could probably do away with these stairs entirely. Do I have more brick like this? Sure. So let's go ahead and keep replacing the floor here. Because it might actually change what our walls are made out of. It's a shame the plaster walls require, lime. Because it does look like they'll end up looking pretty nice. Okay. It also looks where I was feeling very, very prepared for winter, that maybe I'm not as prepared as I thought I was. I didn't realize how little nutrition we were going to get out of the flax versus like the other ones, which is fine. I don't think it's a big deal. We can end up hunting some animals and all that to try and make it all work. Drop you off. Meanwhile, while that's doing its thing, let's rearrange these tools just a little bit. Scooch you over. Grab that. And we're not running many mods. The 2 mods I've got going on, 3 mods actually I have going on, is I do have Napster because very quickly the mini game of like tapping all the things into place while napping got pretty tiresome. And then we are running one where if I go and I like hit a if I hit a piece of iron or whatever, then it will just mark it on my minimap that I found iron there. And that's just because I was, you know, locate the ore, smack it. I was like, locate the ore, pull up the map, do all that. And it was just kind of shortcutting what I was already doing. So I was like, yeah, let's just do that. And then the last was like this UI mod that basically I put this light thing here because for the life of me, I'm having problems telling where stuff can and cannot spawn. And it's honestly somewhat frustrating. Like, that's the thing in Minecraft as well, but it feels like Minecraft, the spawning is far more forgiving, where you can see, oh, hey, it's not very bright here. Really good chance the enemies can spawn there. Versus this game, it feels like trying to figure out where stuff can and can't spawn is... Like, you just have stuff pop in, you're like, but I don't understand. But why? It's like maybe, so like they have the gear on the bottom. And the gear on the bottom deals with your instability. And I know when your instability starts going down, stuff can just spawn on top of you. That the rules no longer apply. I could see them doing something like the gear on the bottom. When I'm in an area where enemies can spawn, maybe it gets like a little bit of a border or something. Or like if I'm in an area where they can't spawn, like maybe it just turns it ever so slightly like a little bit grayer or something to be like, okay, you're safe. Just some type of thing. In Minecraft, there are help, especially with mods. The player has quite a large protection area around them, so it's rare you get enemies in base. Unless it's very large. Yeah. Well, that's kind of the thing from what I was being told, is that apparently enemies in this game can spawn with, I think it's within 4 tiles of you. If it's dark or if you have instability or whatever. And it's like, alright, hang on, man. 4 tiles of me? So, like, in this room standing here, and then we can spawn, like, right... Hey, thank you for that demonstration. Right there. So, would you think an enemy could spawn in this room? Because I sure didn't think an enemy could spawn in this room. We don't have instability going on. That was really well timed. So apparently over here, which has illumination of 7, is not bright enough? I mean, this looks fine to me. I would assume this was safe and ineligible for enemies to spawn, as it's in enclosed space, it's brightly lit, there's no, like, we don't have the gear thing going, spinning and all sorts of wildness. I do have that stupid rift just outside my house on that side. Man, I've been tempted to look at ways to change the enemy spawning behavior. Because it's garbage. I guess for me, the problem is there doesn't feel like there's a meaningful counterplay since so many things can cause them to spawn anyway. And the laborious, like, I don't want a building where it's like, okay, they can't spawn over there now. I don't want something like that, where you kind of can't make a base that looks decently because you just need to cover the whole thing with lights. Alright, so that's the snow. Oh yeah, people asked if I could do anything with the snow, and I never did, look. So... it does a little bit of blunt damage. We can make slush, which can then make water. Okay, and they just... did it consider that bouncing or something? Let's see. So it can't be contained in anything. Slush. You put rocks in it? I guess. Yeah, so melt into slush, then water. So I'm curious if that is a way of creating water. Like, so if I wanted to create a little spot of water right here. Would you stop spawning inside my home? If it would make water in that hole. Okay, and we're gonna move our mattress up here. Alright. Evil Snowball straight out Calvin and Hobbes. I went to bed way too early. Okay. What is that symbol down there again? I think that's showing the inherent instability in the area, which I think is partly high because we've got that vortex that was sitting right outside the house. And from what I've heard, you can apparently have like that vortex spawn, like in a room like this, the vortex could spawn up here in the middle and just dump enemies inside your home too. Well, we just wasted days of food. It didn't even have much to show for it. It's still nighttime. So that's still going for leatherworking. So we got flax, spelt, rye, spelt. So we don't have enough flax to do much. Stack the spelt. Because I'm gonna need birch to finish what I'm doing in this room. Okay. Make more bread. Get more firewood. Yeah, it can happen in your building. Had multiple times. Almost seems like the game wants to put the rifts near the player who's most active. Yeah, because I was curious if they were going to spawn nearby me, the player, just in general. But it seems like I keep coming back to my house while I'm away and there's a rift waiting for me there. Which is interesting on that regard. That kind of targets my home. Which would be fine if it was more meaningful as a mechanic and there was more ways to play counterplay with it. Because that's honestly the only really, really big negative of the whole thing. Is just the way it works. There's no... It doesn't feel like there's like play counterplay to it. It's just, oh, enemies are just going to keep spawning on your face and hit them, I guess. Alright. Yeah, so it's getting to temperature. It'll start another batch of bread, I guess. Yeah, and we kind of also learned our lesson that maybe in the future it makes more sense to make the porridge for... Okay, so that answers that question. We did not get like a little pool of water. Oh, that's also cooking stuff. Let's bring that upstairs. Okay, because we want to expand the smithy as part of the reason we're moving all this up here. Alright. Just waiting for that to finish cooking. Okay, we can grab our bowls and all that. Now the curiosity is... Oh, when I pulled up the fire pit, it destroyed it. That's fine. I'm assuming I'm going to need to put down... Well, I mean, maybe not need... I should put down something for cooking that... Well, no, the game doesn't have fire spread for most things. Like, the only thing that mentioned fire spread was these, where we do our, like, pit kilns. Those is like, oh no, if you don't deal with this, fire. Let's go here, 1 dry grass for firewood. Because it'll probably do is I could see making like a chimney on one side out of stone that even if it's not necessary would specify. Yeah, let's not worry about making the fire pit. I don't really have what I need to take full advantage of it. We can make it later. I've got the materials. Okay. How are we doing on time? It's almost daylight. Okay. So need to keep the bread going. But yeah, this is the reason why I was like, I probably should for round base switch over. People had mentioned the porridge being better, but just the prep time here. So much longer. Okay, so we got a medium day. So far as the rifts go, it looks like I still have a rift over the side of my house a full day later. Alright. The good news is I at least have a pretty decent number of loaves of bread this time. We are just eating it too fast. Okay. You wonder why there are different types of food and character info? He got bored the same food or something. I'm willing to bet you probably get bonuses for having more variety covered. But I haven't particularly noticed it one way or the other. Okay, come on. It'd honestly be worth it for me at some point to make a second oven. So I can make a bunch of these and I can get like a bunch of loaves of bread going at the same time if we're going to do that. There you are. Oh, come on. The ones that crawl along the ground I can't hit through my berry bushes. Okay. And I'm assuming in a second I'm going to have something else ambush me. Yeah, I can't harvest those because they're in my berry bushes. Oh, and these are probably burnt by now. Well, yeah, so it does eliminate some of the nutrition from that. It's not terrible, but it's definitely not good. Okay, so let's go drop this gear off somewhere. Where did I have those gears? There they are. Alright. Okay, so it's still a reasonable temperature for that. But yeah, no, so when the rift stuff's high, it's just like, oh, well, this isn't a day I should mine. Oh, well, this isn't a day I should explore. Oh, well, this isn't a day I should do this. This should be a home day, and it's just... It's kind of like where we were talking about with Space Engineers. They've got the survival update they came out with today, and a lot of the feedback is the radiation mechanic is pretty bad. Because you kind of just build it up passively being out, but then what ultimately happens is the only counterplay to that is it goes down by just basically waiting. So in practice what you do is you just keep going until it builds up, and then you just stop playing the game until it goes away. It kind of feels like, in a lot of ways, the Rift just ends up being that kind of mechanic. Okay. So, we're still at medium activity, but let's try and get down here and go for that magnetite that we were after before. Where we started working on it, and then we got very high rift activity, and we kind of just got bullied away. Have you considered building wooden armor with that issue? I need to make armor, but to me it's not even surviving the drifters. Because you notice where you can sit there and just fight them. It's, as a mechanic, I find they give you basically nothing, nothing of interest. So the reward for fighting them is minimal. Which means in a lot of ways, really the only purpose they provide is to be an annoyance. To slow down your rate of being able to do stuff. And I've talked about on the channel what we refer to as slowdown mechanics before, and that you can make good slowdown mechanics. Which is, you know, something that's fun and engaging and interesting and compelling that, in its sense, can be an enjoyable experience, even though ultimately its purpose is to slow down your progression in the game. And then there's the slowdown mechanics that are just tedious. So, like, if you have a survival game where, for example, hunger is, like, really, really aggressive, so you have to eat, you know, 8-course meals every single day just to barely stave off starvation. So you spend 2/3 of your game time just milling about a field. It ends up being very unsatisfying to play because you're just kind of sitting there doing that. Or one of the ones I usually hold out is like an example of slowdown mechanics done extremely bad is Green Hell. The snakes and the spiders and like the little critters. Those are really awful because you kind of just run up on them, so they hit you, so you kind of have to walk. It punishes you for running. Whereas stuff like I can't remember if they're panthers or cougars or whatever, like those, like tigers and whatever, those don't feel bad, because like, oh, that's a big dangerous cat, and if I actually kill it, I get something good out of it. You know, there's more to it. But then on top of that, a lot of those fights are a little bit more interesting than the drifters that just walk straight at you and then chuck rock. And then the spear things that just launch spear. And they all take like 6 hits to kill, even with a weapon that's supposedly designed to kill them. Oh, I hear doggo. Green Hell's full of those. Well, yeah, because if you actually look at Green Hell's world, the map is not very big. Like, at all intents and purposes, the map is not a very big map. But it's like, they have a run mechanic, but almost everything you do, if you run, you get punished because, again, the spiders, the snakes, the scorpions, then you got, you know, your generally, like, big, dangerous animals. Like, this one I feel actually does pretty okay with that with the nature animals. So, like, bears and wolves and that kind of stuff, and moose. Those I felt pretty good about. It's also those things that if you're quick about it, and you realize you aggroed something, you can try and get away from it. And, you know, if you can get across the terrain quickly, it's not too bad. Which I would even be okay if it's a bit worse. But the drifter spawning on top of you and then giving you meh. And not being very fun to fight. I'm genuinely very heavily considering just turning off the drifters as much as possible. Because it just get in the way of me doing basically anything else I want to actually do. Okay, so we're almost there. I just worry if you turn them off, then there's not enough going on. It's always the catch-22 of those kind of mechanics. It's because it removes a major pressure off the player then to get rid of them. Okay, there's wolves down there. I guess that's a question. For people who play this regularly, what do you do with the drifters? Do you just leave them on their default, change your settings, turn them up, turn them down? Ah, okay, okay. I hear you, puppy. Surprised you actually didn't get the hit off. No drifters? The animals are enough? Same. Back off, dog. I'll murder you later. Gotcha. So it sounds like a lot of people just turn off the drifters. Kind of what I figured. Ah, you're still on me? Okay. I wasn't surprised it's still on me. They usually don't chase that far from what I was seeing. Puppy no like you? Apparently not. I was like, alright, I've gone over a couple of hills, over some water. It's probably stopped following me. Puppy had a mission. You think there's a no surface drifter setting? Gotcha. I didn't see it, but it's very possible I just overlooked it. Because I saw the stuff about being able to turn off the temporal storms and all that. Which we have all that in their default settings. Yeah, because the other save I was doing is the first... I juggled around with a couple different settings. Like I did like the Homo sapiens one. I did turn on my other save, my offline save, like the cave-in mechanic and all that, which very much changes the game a lot. The cave-in mechanic, you gotta be real careful mining. It's really easy to dump an entire roof on yourself. Which could be fun for off-stream, but I think on-stream, like, you know, cutting a little ways in, realizing you've got, like, a big node, and then, you know, having to build, like, some supports, then going a bit farther, then building some supports, and building a little farther, whether your supports are just chucking some rock or whatever you decide to do. I should have just taken the road to the south instead of taking a different path, but that's fine, we're already here. Hey, Ronger, on your 55 stream streak. Catch the last 55 streams without missing a single one, so thank you so much for that. I do appreciate it. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. Yeah, let's go down here. Alright. There's a cherry tree there. Yeah, so I'm gonna need an axe. Just do what Kildrix does. Scream when he caves in while trying to run away from the drifter horde. Yeah, I think it's 4 blocks from the horizontal support. It's interesting, but also could be tedious. I can see why it's not for streaming. Yeah, no, that's exactly... Like, messing with it off stream, I was definitely like, okay, you know, the amount of caution I have to do, that's just going to really slow things down. This is already not a particularly fast game, which is totally fine, by the way. Like, having a game that just takes time to do stuff is A-okay. But for streaming, that can get a little difficult at times. Because, you know, you've been sitting there and, like, you'll be streaming for 5, 6, 7, 8 hours. And people be like, are you literally working on the same thing you were when I, you know, went to bed? And you're like, maybe. And it happens in a lot of games. But when you can see, like, no visible progress over the course of, like, a full day, it can be pretty unsatisfying to watch at times. Unless there's, like, a lot of interesting things going on. So, like, the RimWorld thing where you make a lot of progress, but then part of your base burns down, and then you pick up some new people, and then some people die, and that whole thing. That can be interesting, even though, like, you objectively measure from the beginning and end of stream that what did you get done? Not a whole lot. But a lot happened. Okay. Of course, puppies camp in my body. As you do. Alright, so let's get away and sort out our inventory. Make sure puppy's not right on me. Okay. You can't play RimWorld or similar. You get overwhelmed anxiety when people under your control get hurt or die. Oh yeah, especially with RimWorld, where literally when you get shot at, it's an RNG chance that one of your people just straight up dies. Like, it's just... The game rolls the dice and said that character died. And you're like, but they were behind cover and they had armor. Yeah, but you didn't have armor that exceeded a certain threshold, so I have unilaterally dictated that they are dead. 1.61. Yeah, so the 1.61 is the highest we had. Let's go down here. I'm gonna survey 1 or 2 more spots really quick. Yeah, rolled a d20, it was a crit, you died. It's basically like that. For those who don't know, RimWorld actually has a mechanic behind the scenes that it does have a dice roll that says, again, and you can get enough armor that it won't allow it, but it will just, you know, it doesn't even do the damage calculation. It just goes, your character died, but they had good armor. Yeah, we don't care. The character died. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4-ish. Now, do you blame the streamer for death? Oh, absolutely. Those are the ones that you get. Like, it's a mechanic and I know why it's there, but it is one of those ones that feels bad as a player. Because, like, you're kind of going, well, what was I supposed to do? You actually didn't know about that? Yep. And if I'm not mistaken, the likelihood of it happen goes up as your colony gets larger. Not in wealth, but number of pawns. There's a lot of mechanics hidden in RimWorld that deal with keeping your colony to a certain size. So for example, unwaveringly loyal people, the rate that you find them goes up as your population goes up. Oh, I just realized I have my map filter still set to that. And the only reason I want to check that, so you're seeing nothing there. Yeah, so honestly, that might be about as good as we're gonna get. That 1.61. Because going farther south with what we are seeing here probably is not going to return more stuff. So we're looking at decent at what we're having. Now, I do have a mine already down there. What did I find down here? Bismuth, and zinc. Alright, let's get back into that mine system we had before, because that's close enough. That's that's a new spot. Let's also check this. Oh, you know what I'm betting? I'm betting the iron has to be even deeper. Okay, so let's take 2 seconds, and go here and say, so, magnetite chunks. So we have iron ore, andesite, andesite, chalk, conglomerate. Oh, actually, that's surface layer. Slate. I believe that's all surface layer stuff. Well, no, andesite might be 1 layer deeper. I'm pretty sure where we went down we saw andesite. I want to say that's 1 layer deeper. I thought slate not... Okay, so where was the entrance to this place? Because I know I mined down there. I could just make another entrance. Yeah, we'll just make another entrance right where we see the higher percentage. Like, there's a cave here that I could start it with. But this is the sweet spot right here. And I didn't bring a shovel with me, but I'm not too worried about that because we're just going to dig down here really fast. Go from there. And honestly, for right now, I got spares of these. Okay. Because you remember Rimworld experience you had, you research boards, start looking at how to build one, and they're fairly expensive. Next day you get a message that there's a siege, and they have 2 more in the outskirts. It felt super unfair. Rimworld actually does a relatively good job of balancing things out, but it is a game that is actively scaling up to come after you. So if you aren't switching to kind of like easier difficulties, you are going to be facing pretty significant threats over time. So it's like just one of those things. Okay, I don't think that was one of the ones that said that iron could show up in. Let's check. So we had andesite. Those are just the qualities. We have chalk, dirt, conglomerate, limestone, claystone, granite, sandstone, shale, salt. Oh, no, it's there. But that's the hematite. Let's check the magnetite again. Yeah, so magnetite doesn't have that whole list. So we might actually not find it here, because it's just slate, claystone, chalk, and andestone. And this is not the right type of stone here. Maybe we just dig deeper and see what we find down below? Just keep going down. Oliveline. What are you? Broken gives me this, which lets me make green glass. Okay. Do you still breathe underwater? No, you suffocate. Alright, well I found it. The green glass stuff. That's good for if I want it later. Right now, though, we're just digging a little deeper. Found more of it. And more of it. Are there ways to get oxygen and breathe underwater, or you suffocate with time? Oh, you suffocate with time. It's got like a bar that goes down. I don't know about any way to like recover air other than to surface. But it's just like games like Minecraft where you go underwater and, you know, slowly your air goes down. Alright, I might have to just change direction. This green glass vein goes on for a while. Okay, I really don't want to burn my bronze pickaxe on this. Well, no, actually, that's probably fine. Okay, what I'm going to do is, we're far enough down this way. Let's survey. So 1, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3, 4. We're at poor magnetite. Alright, so needless to say, this is not the way to go for more goodies. Now the question is, do I stick with the bronze pickaxe? Probably genuinely stick with the very large amounts of that. Okay, so go start digging down again. And it might be that this area is just a bust, because like I said, I looked up the magnetite. It doesn't appear to be able to show up in the peridotite or the bauxite, which is what we've seen here. I'm gonna try and dig deep enough that we can see what the next, you know, depth of material is here. And then see if it's one that's eligible for it. And if so, we'll start scouting around. If not, we back out and we start looking for iron someplace else. Okay. Oh, okay. Hang on. Almost just walked straight into a hole. As you do. Alright. So we're working our way down here. Okay, so we've got andesite down here. That can have it, so let's not get too far away. I want to check the other direction as well. There is some bismuth down there. Okay. So let's get down here. I'm going to start by going to you. Okay. Or just the olivine thing nearby. Oh no, no ore nearby, I can read. Alright, so a whole lot of bumpkus down here along the actual route itself, but that's okay. So what we can do is go back to where our torch is, so we hopefully don't get too terribly lost. And I'm just going to keep digging down through this versus having us go into this weird cave system again and again. Alright. Because I know I have at least 8 bronze ingots just laying around back home. So I can just make another bronze pickaxe. I'm noticing my gear is turning right now. And that it is slowly going down. That's instability. Basically, it'll cause enemies to spawn eventually. Okay, no ore nearby. I think it's getting faster. As we're digging down in here. Which I'm not loving at all. let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That'll be fine. So it counters the spinny gear. There are gears you can find that I believe you can expend to recover sanity. I could be wrong about that. Okay. So I'm trying to turn back in this general direction. I went a bit over 6 tiles deep into this, so that we should be able to have stuff spawn above or below us for what we're looking for. In the meantime, I'm just kind of mining forward. All right. We'll see how this goes, because we are slowly losing our sanity. But I am trying to see if we can't manage to get lucky and hit some iron down here somewhere. So far, we're getting garbage. We should make a base and build a game room. I mean, we are working on our base. The thing with this game versus, say, like Minecraft, is the speed of everything happens is much slower in this one. Like here, I just keep looking down, it's like, oh, it's getting a little faster. All right. I want to go a good number of tiles this way. It probably won't be able to stay too much longer before that sanity is going to be a problem. I have no idea the scale of the sanity. It's part of why I'm putting up with it right now. Is I know it's going to make things bad. But because I've not pushed it, it's hard for me to quantify how bad. I assume it's going to be terrible if it gets too low. Okay, we've got trace amounts of bismuthite. That's fine. That's not what I'm looking for. Okay. No ore nearby. Circling back around again. And if we still strike out, then what we do is we'll probably dig another 6 or so, well, probably more than 6. We'll dig a bit deeper. Keep going with that. Yeah, that's the thing. Oh, actually, so I think oh, you can't see it. I'm covering it. So part of the UI is I have a thing that shows the percentage of stability. So like we're at 20%, and it's been slowly going down more and more and more, and now it is very quickly climbing. Which makes me curious. It's still only at like 30%. Huh. Maybe there's a vortex over that way or somewhere that is just... Well, no, because that's a pretty big area. Okay. Absolutely just striking out and finding this ore. I think her sanity might be recovering. Because the stability, we're still climbing, we're getting pretty close to 50%. Okay. One more, then we'll survey again. Hey, Alana! Thank you so much for the 3 street streak. It's good to see you. Can we get a shout out for Alana Rama, by the way? Fellow member of the House Hit Frequency stream team. Really fantastic creator. Does like a lot of RimWorld among other games. So really good times over there. Definitely recommend checking them out. Good times there. Alright, so let's see. We didn't find anything this way. This should circle back onto the path we were at. How's it going? It's going pretty good. Just trying to keep things up. Oh, I just realized the time chat. So first of all, check out Alanorama. Absolutely fantastic creator. Plays a lot of RimWorld among other games. Bunch of indie games as well. So what's going to need to happen here in just a minute is I'm going to need to step away for about 5 minutes, my quote-unquote long break of the stream. Because my wife should be home by now. She's probably been home for a while. Need to toss some dinner in the oven, all that kind of stuff. I just got focused in trying to juggle this sanity and all that, keeping an eye on it. and getting all that sorted. I was really expecting this to have looped back over my previous path, because I deliberately didn't go deeper or shallower so that this would all be at the same height. There it is. There it is. Almost perfectly. Alright, so bear with me, chat. I'm going to be back in just a couple minutes, but thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be right back, and I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. Oh, you absolute jerk. That is absolute BS. Will had the plan. He shot the rhino next to me. To work. Oh yes, please. Please face that way. Yes, please. You right now, right now. Oh, thank you. Thank you for removing yourself from the entire rest of the horde. I can't tell. Do you have a gas mask? I cannot tell. I don't think you do. You do have a gas mask. You are just the best zombie. Did I ever tell you you're my favorite zombie? Did I ever tell you? This zombie right here, I mean seriously, guys. You seen this guy? Best zombie in the world. Straight up. Even brought me a snack.
Left again. Keep going. Keep going into the garage.
It moving. Oh, you are too
find
late.
Some Tupperware or hide behind the truck.
Oh, you're
Either
safe.
one.
It's not hunting anymore.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, Pank got away by like
We're by
nothing.
ourselves.
Forget that, Rally. You've got a kid in your hand, so you're dropping the kid on the floor. That is awful. We got that far, and very last Lardine died because a drop pod landed on their head. Intro of the Wilhelm scream. Oh! I can't do it. That was terrible. Alright. Would you go away? I'm trying to commit crime. That is a fun sticker placement. Oh, that's almost as upsetting, actually. I think we are doing the trap. Like, yeah, that's the thing. It's like I never tried. The way we'd find out is I just back up the van and say, "Okay, can you hook up?" And it either won't give me the option or will. Why? 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 Game. Why? I'm gonna bust up my gas station. Like, am I dead or alive? I guess I'm dead. This group, we're gonna bail. I just need to clear enough that I can get out. That was our tire. We're dead. Oh, how did... I'm not asking questions. It's fine. I don't know. People will hear me say clip that in the replay of the clips, and they will clip the clip because they're not paying that close attention, that they just hit clip because I say to. Stickers. Oh, I forgot the stickers. I forgot about the curse that is the stickers. Or whatever. No wonder I couldn't pronounce. It's a made-up name. So it's Ashley or whatever. And in fact, it's actually Ashley. That, for the record, I have not seen this. Like, I've seen the intro screen and that people did it, but I have not. This was actually just a very funny coincidence. You know for a fact it's actually Ashley, but she had to add the extra letters to make herself feel better than everyone. And this is an impronounceable mess, so you know, Ashley it is. And this is March. This is the best month. And the reason it's best month is we're gonna go, woo, happy birthday to me. Oh crap, I didn't see you. That was a back hit. No! No! I didn't see the zombie over all the bodies. Our run is over. That's a bite. That is not the way to go. I looked away for 1 second. That's Project Zomboid. One mistake is all it takes. There were so many bodies, I looked... Eat a potato, eat a potato. Too late. And it is done. Jeremiah Wiener has finally passed at 1 year, 4 months, 12 hours, 135,120 zombies killed. At the end, we have managed to reach 8 fitness, 9 strength. No, nor or nearby. Okay, I'm gonna go on a limb here. Okay. Yeah, human. You wanna pass? I'm sorry, this is private property. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna get back to it. Now... Where was the stairs? Alright. So I wanna go deeper. Now, Tim was not home yet. Which is a bit unusual. It's not like she's so late it's like, oh god, what's happened? But it is quite a bit later than normally I'd expect her to get home. But you know, it's within the realm of like stopping for gas or bad traffic or whatever. But it's definitely one of those things of like, you know, starting to be like, you should probably be home soon. Yeah, so needless to say, I got a timer for our food. So in about not quite 15 minutes, I'll have to step away again if she's not home. I am noticing our sanity is going down again in this direction. Alright, let's quickly check our map. Switch you back to the magnetite. Alright. So let's see here about how many tiles have gone down. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Alright, I went deeper than I meant to. So again, we're going to do another turn here. We're going to have to get out of here soon. My sanity is just coming on down. And the stability of the area is continuing to drop. We're now sub 20% stability. Yeah, let's get out of here. The camera's starting to spasm. There's a small UI element you noticed you might already know about counting as backseat. Nope, you can go for it. You were talking about the stuff in the periphery. I added those through a mod. Yeah, so now we're back up to like 70%, 80%. Grab our torch as marking our way back out. Okay. Let's see, if you open your inventory to unlock the mouse to highlight the gear, we'll let you know your exact percentage. Oh. Yeah, so that's the amount of stability I have. What I have here, and you can't see it because of my camera, let me go ahead and just hide myself for a second. Boom. I've got that little gear behind me that's telling me the stability of the area, so it's seeing it's like 132%. So when we were near the bottom there, it got down to about 19%. So how fast do you go up? Not very. Honestly, for right now, slap that there. We'll worry about it later. Not worried about any of this stuff. We can take you. Okay, and it's now showing me as having maxed out. As someone new to the game, you just got here to your stream. Why was your temporal sanity or whatever is going down when there's no storm? So apparently there's parts of the map, and I'm fairly new to the game myself. There's apparently parts of the map where the stability is really bad, and it seems like way down there is one of those spots. Alright, so we recovered to about 50%. I am going to just beeline back down here. Because we're still over 100% sanity, or 100% stability, or whatever. So I'm at 100% now. And going down so far as the stability in the area. Oh, you think just being deep enough will drain it in general? Gotcha. Yeah, so we're down. Yeah, no, that makes sense. It's tracking with that. So we're at 50%, 40%. 30%, 25%, 24%, 22%, 20%. Because I'm looking at it is, I have this pickaxe, it's slowly wearing out. I would like to either find or we just go to the pickaxe breaks. I should be deep enough that we shouldn't pick up on anything that I already crossed over on my previous passes. No trace of ores nearby. 15%. Okay. 10%. Okay. Toom just let me know. She's like, just lost track of time. She's in the neighborhood, almost home. It's just one of those things that usually she's not this late, so it's just like, everything good? Nothing nearby here. %. 4%. 3%. 2% stability in the area. One. What are we searching for? Magnetite. We've got decent magnetite in this area. It's the best I've found. 0% stability. Yeah, so what I like running around and just looking at the ground, you can sometimes find like the little chips that have like the little bit of the orangish red color of copper. You can find those coppers usually below them. Obviously, if you already know what you're doing in the game, you already know to look for that. And all that kind of stuff. But, you know, I've done relatively decent with that. We got trace mounts of the bismuthite. We got turn here. Pretty soon I'm gonna have to back off again. Alright. There's the bismuthite. Not what we're looking for. I have plenty of that back home. Small amounts of bismuthite. That's fine. We literally saw the vein. I wonder how low your sanity has to get before it gets, like, genuinely properly dangerous. Do we still have that set? Okay, so this whole area has magnetite, just... Okay, that's it. We're done. Broke my pickaxes. Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, I think the entire thing, whether... Huh? What? I just walked through that wall for a second. Is that the game warning me that my sanity is desperately low? That's my character, quote-unquote, talking to themselves or something? Or I guess, technically, since that's the same sound you make when you get injured, that's our character screaming, so, like, they've lost their grip on reality and they're just yelling now. Alright. Oh, so it actually was damaging us? Gotcha. If it is damaging, it's very, very, very low damage. But that could be fair. You just tick away like 0.1 health every 5-10 seconds. So it's not really an immediate, like, oh, get home kind of threat so much as a, hey, you're now on a proper timer. This will eventually kill you. Alright, so we got tons and tons of the brick. Oh, yeah! I meant to mark this the last time. We forgot about this. Okay, so let's stop and mark this real fast. I'll just put a tree symbol there. Tree. Because we got a big pile of sticks in the area. Yeah, this is all sticks here, and this is all oak that we cut down a giant tree and I couldn't carry it all, so we just chucked it down so it wouldn't despawn. Get out of my way. Oh, don't dip into deep water. I don't want to have to relight my torches. Yeah, so honestly, it seems like the sanity has to get really low before it's a big problem. That's at least some good news. Because I hadn't really tested that and is a little bit worried it's going to be all those things that your sanity might drop by 10-15% and suddenly crap spawning on you or whatever. It does seem like your sanity has to... Guessing that was a wolf? Okay. But yeah, so it seems like your sanity has to, like, really, really get decimated before things get dicey. Which is good. It'd be really aggravating if you got to, like, 85% from max sanity, so, like, only down a little bit. And then suddenly everything was awful and catching fire and yada yada. Okay. Alright, we're properly in December now. Alright. Okay, and barely in the chat. Sorry about the double break. Just gotta go pull my food out of the oven. And I did hear Tomb get back, so I'll be back in just a couple minutes, but thank you again so much for tuning in. I do apologize about the double break, but it does happen. Alright, be back in a minute. And since there's two sides of that airlock, this shouldn't be really that bad. Well, we've lost. I thought we had depressurized it. So that's the thing that confused me, is we depressurized it, and was exposed to the entire opening. Well, and that brings the end of our hard space shipbreaker run. Oh, good, paperwork. Oh, not good, a wall of zombies. But I could absolutely put myself in a hurt locker with how much spicy I'm into. Like, one of my favorite flavors is habanero. Like, I think I have genuinely somewhere in the area of like 12 or 14 bottles of different types of habanero hot sauce in the house. I don't have a problem, you have a problem. I can quit anytime Okay, and the next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna declare a variable. And we're gonna declare the variable of a type integer. And we're gonna set its value to input 1. Don't forget your semicolon. Oh crap, I didn't see you. That was a back hit. No! No! I didn't see the zombie over all the bodies. Our run is over. That's a bite. That is not the way to go. I looked away for 1 second. That's Project Zomboid. One mistake is all it takes. There were so many bodies, I looked... What about my mop? It's a mop. You okay? It's just your typical mop. I call it Snappy. So yeah, so I'm trying to just continue. It's freezing. Can we have a heater? No. Oh, I see. This is the... Oh, it's not freezing because you need a heater. It's freezing because we have a giant ice cube in the room with you. That is not the button I wanted. This is why games need an undo button. Sure. There we go. It's kind of wiggling to get the trailer to shift, and then turning the wheel straight so I have less resistance. Once I get over this hill, it's going to be so much easier, but we got to get over the hill first. Come on, come on, come on. Oh yeah, no, we already knew we need a new tractor. I just don't have the money for it. But my hope is that this is the money for it. Oh, I just realized something. How am I going to get onto that plate? If that little incline is too much for us? Because that plate is raised. I mean, I guess we're just going to try and go for it. Momentum, carry me. Actually, it doesn't look like it's going to be that big a deal. I'm hoping. And we're starting to sell the mushrooms.
Change course. Set thrusters to full.
So, you're still picking me up, right? Right? Still getting a ride? No? Why did I think that was gonna work? No, don't say that way. I don't have any of the... Hey, see? Perfect. It went exactly according to plan. Obviously, it did not go at all according to plan. That said, we actually didn't take any damage from that. And it certainly could have gone worse. Right, Grace, get into position over there. And then meanwhile, we will put the bolt action here. The assault rifle will go there. Okay, and we're back. So it shouldn't need to be another one of those breaks for a good long while. So I do apologize about the double break. That just happens sometimes based on timing. Alright. But I hope people have been enjoying Vintage Story and all that good stuff. So, we have not found the iron. Now, the good news is even though I didn't get the iron and we've been just breaking pickaxes and all that down there, we did have our leather, our tenon going for our leather working. So I should be able to get some of those leather things done. Okay. And what I might do when we get back over here, because it might take 2 seconds real fast, and it might actually turn off the drifter nonsense. Because it was one of those things that I was kind of complaining about that earlier, and a whole bunch of people were like, oh yeah, we turned that crap off. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. That's actually... people here at the beginning of the stream, there was a... I mentioned there was a big update to Space Engineers, and that I had looked into that added, like, radiation and hunger and all those kind of mechanics to the game. And generally, from what I've seen, the reception's been pretty mixed. Mostly because just the implementation of radiation specifically, not really the hunger side of things. That's actually one of my complaints. I haven't been able to get any meaningful answers around that because the entire discussion is being dominated by how little people are liking the radiation. Because the way you get over the radiation is you get in your ship, and you sit there. And you wait. And that's how you deal with it. So needless to say, people are not the most excited about it. Was there anything I wanted to do with this before we start processing that all into street? So, for this, let's turn this into Stone Path. Oh, Stone Path Slab. What is the difference in the recipe of Stone Path Slab? Okay. Kinda wish I'd done that sooner. We could do that from now on, though. Okay. So let's click on this. What time of day is it? It's noon. So we're probably not getting out to another run. Bam! Whole stack. Whole stack. Yeah, because with the slab, I might even be able to get around without any of the stairs. We'll make some stairs too as well, though. Bam. And then the stairs were something like this. Can I mix and match? I cannot. That's fair. Okay, so I dropped all that up. So I do have the bauxite stone. And I want more of this. So that'll be just going over here. Grabbing in a red clay. Alright, so I can't do another without making it mixed stone. Alright, so grab you back, grab you back. Actually, I'll leave the brick there. Okay, so I got a couple more brick for expanding this area with the bauxite. Oh, I still have more stacks of stuff. Hang on. My eyeballs work, maybe. There's more slab path. And grab this. I need to be using this low fertility soil because it's garbage. Oh, I genuinely cannot mix and match. I understand. Okay, so basically, I got a lot of path I can build. Let's do that real fast. I lied. Let's check on our leather working stuff, because I believe that's a hurry up and wait kind of situation. So we've got our strong tannin. Okay. So we can grab the bear out. So, for making it oiled, I need... Alright, that's not exactly what I was expecting. Right, so we got the pelt huge. Check that instead. So we can cure it using lumps of fat. There we go, it's the scraped hide large. We have soaked, which is lime water, or borax. We have oiled, which is fat. Okay, so it sounds like what I'm going to need to do is get another barrel that I can start putting diluted borax into to process those. I do have the scraped leather, and the scraped leather. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. We can make into prepared by using... I needed weak. Okay, I see. So I've done this a little bit wrong. Not in a way that I've wasted any materials, but I'm going to need more barrels. So, what do I need to make some more barrels? I'm going to need some planks. and what? There's the barrel. So I need 3 planks, 4 sticks per barrel. Didn't I have... Oh, no, we left all our sticks by that one tree. So I'm going to have to go get some sticks. That's fine. And I'm going to need to get more planks. I do have a bunch of oak down there, but I'd rather make this into planks. So let's go ahead and grab those and plank them. And drop all the planks in here for a moment. Let's go outside and get some sticks. Okay. Need to find a big tree. Unfortunately, I've cut down everything nearby, and while I've planted a bunch of saplings, they're not exactly growing fast in the middle of the winter. Yeah, it'll be for birch trees. And I want to grow those because we've started making our floors out of birch. Plus, honestly, any spare wood we can get is always good because I'll need firewood and charcoal and all sorts of garbage, planks. That's all going to be wood. All right. Sneaky little hole down there. Okay, it's not a lot. We'll just toss a bunch of these down. Okay, so it'll still be something. That should let me make a couple of barrels, because the problem I ran into is I need some weak tannin, which I hadn't accounted for. So I hadn't accounted for needing the weak tannin. I'm gonna have to drop off at least one of the stacks, so I won't have room to actually build any of it. Okay. I hadn't accounted for needing the weak tannin, just the strong. So I made all of this into strong tannin. So that's a problem. So let's make 2 barrels. That'll be for weak tannin. That'll be for our borax and whatever else. So I have a lot of water to move and all that. That's going to be a pain in the butt, but we'll worry about that when we get there. We can drop all these spare planks off right now. We've got all this. I'll drop off the sticks. So let's grab our bucket from upstairs. Okay, and I really should figure out how to move water. My assumption it was the bucket that would let me do it. The other possibility is maybe I can grab a chunk of ice, like the whole big chunk of ice, and put it somewhere, and then when it thaws, it'll turn back to water. That's probably it, actually. Okay. We can science this, so let's go here. In just the middle of the water somewhere. I don't think that made a block. Alright, so you need to make some light tannin, so... I'll need 5 rounds. Man, you're already out again. Okay. Is it really that late? Only 4. I mean, it is winter, so it'll go faster. Okay, so got our light tannin. We'll need to do the diluted borax. Let's look at what I'm going to need to do to make that. So we would need to make powdered borax, which we can get from grinding. Probably already have a stack of that in here. I do. And then we can make the diluted borax by having a 2 to 5 ratio. So if it's 2 to 5 ratio, alright, so we put 50 in the barrel. I will need 20 powdered borax. And that'll let me make the diluted borax for doing more of our leather working. And chuck you in there. I gotta figure out how to move water. That's just the reality I live in. I gotta figure out how to move a full block of water. Oh, right, and the thing I said I was going to do is I was going to go here. We're gonna leave the world for just a second. Because I've kind of come to the decision with this. We're gonna go to on stream, customize. Alright. So we were basically saying that I'm finding the drifters not very fun and just annoying. They don't really add much to it. I want the creatures. The creatures are fine. I want them to be dangerous. I like the bears. I like the moose. I like those. They are properly dangerous. You're properly rewarded for fighting them. I'm not seeing anything here about the drifters. The temporal instability. I guess you just turn that off entirely. It'd be nice to have something a little bit in between. Like, I'd be okay with the storms existing as a mechanic, and as you get deeper they spawn. It's fine. It's whatever. I don't care. We can always change it back later if we want. Okay, so the enemies still exist in our world for the moment. But the gear has completely disappeared off my UI. I am hearing the rift off the distance. Current rift activity is high. I need to not have that open. Because this weapon's right about to break. It's possible we're not going to get more of them. But what's already spawned will be there until it despawns. Okay. Alright. Yeah, I want there to be something in between there. I didn't see a surface drifter setting, like people had mentioned. That's probably a mod. Okay, so we've got that. Let's go to our oak, and I believe I need 5 units of oak. And that'll make our weak tannin when it's done. While we're here, we'll drop that in. Yep, there goes the weapon. Alright, so I knew that was coming, so I dropped this off real quick. And in the meantime, I'm going to need to grab a couple of things. Put the torch away. Grab that hammer. Grab that, switch hands. I should have charcoal in here somewhere. Grab that, move it over to this box for right now. We'll move that over. Okay, we can grab you. Drop that off. Alright, we'll take that back. I don't have the inventory space. Okay, so I've got that. I've got the hammer. We can pick up... Oh, that's the copper. Let's leave the copper alone for a minute. Grab 4 of the bronze ingots. Okay. Isn't there a sword on the wall? Or are you losing it? Yeah, I do actually have one. I've been really good about keeping spares of things and then forgetting I have the spares. Alright, we'll still want to go ahead and do that, but I do have that there. So let's go ahead and grab another thing of water while we wait for those to warm up. No, there's a lot of there. It's fine. We can deal with that later. Okay. So this is going to take a minute to heat up. In the meantime, what else can I work on to be productive? By the time I figure that out, it'll be time to get stuff going. We want to rearrange this whole area eventually. And this just needs to go. I made the pulverizer not realizing I need the full windmill. What do I need for the full windmill? Let's look at that real fast. So we got the pulverizer. And that's all these pieces. And the pulverizer needs... may require stronger pounding caps. Oh. Okay, so I can make the pounding caps out of tin and bronze. That's fine. Then we have the pulverizer itself. And that's used to pound materials such as crushed bauxite. And that's used to make the refractory bricks. Okay. But still. Place down and construct a pulverizer frame needs plenty of vertical space. For a complete pulverizer, you need to add a toggle and all that. But this seems like it will require mechanical power, because I can't interact with it. So it looks like we're looking into like windmill garbage and all that. Now, let's see what we have for any of that. So steel smithing, mechanical power. Mechanical power is currently used for mechanizing, milling, and automating work like iron blooms or smithing any type of metal plate, and the power of the, and to power the Archimedes screw for transporting items. You'll need to craft a windmill rotor and at least 4 sails. Okay, so that's resin. Okay, that wouldn't be that bad. I just need to find more resin. Sails. That's not going to be that bad either. I would need to get more flax. That'll be spring, and then axles. So all of that we can honestly make relatively easy. I'm just going to need to get our supplies in. Let's go and grab the water out of our inventory. Okay, so first one we're going to want is a pickaxe. Because I'm going to need those. So I got a pickaxe. Let's make another one. It does sound like I'll ultimately end up needing a pulverizer cap, but that's okay. You can worry about that when we get there. Okay, we got one of those. Alright, so you can make a padlock, I don't care about that. Shovel, spearhead, wrench. The pounder cap is one thing we need. The bronze hoop. Didn't even show me what that gives. The hammer, we already got the cleaver. Not worried about the arrows right now. Do we want to take 2 seconds to make a bronze cap? Probably not. Let's just go deep on this and make more pickaxes, because I know I'm going to need them anyways. There's a lot of materials, like including the iron, I'm going to need these for. A blacksmithing hammer? Well, I got another spare copper hammer. And they do seem to work well. Oh, those will stack together. Okay. Alright. I mean, granted, I could see it being a requirement. Let's go ahead. We'll make the hammerhead. Why not? It'll just set it aside until I need it or both my copper hammers are done. So I'll need to go grab some sticks. Okay. Put you up on the wall. Put you up on the wall. Imagining we will need that ultimately, which is why I kind of was like, oh yeah, like that'll probably be a thing I'll have to have. Alright, so we're gonna need to make more bread here in a minute. We got all that crap to deal with. Okay, so they're still spawning out here. So whatever settings I changed, it did not get those sorted. So we got rid of the temporal storms. Oh, I needed that spot for that. We put the cleaver over there for now. You here. What time is it? I'll go upstairs and go to bed. Yeah, so it seemed like we got rid of the instability, but like the drifters that just show up at night and just are a nuisance are still here. Okay. Not really what I'm looking for. Alright, in the meantime, we'll just make bread. Okay, so we can go here, switch that hand so we're not wasting hunger for no reason. We have more of this in here, so let's grab the spelt and the dough. And we'll cook some while we wait for daylight to show up. I see. The torches I put in the wall ran out. Need to get those sorted. Oh, right. I also need firewood. Okay. We got all that going. I can drop off our firewood for right now. And try and get this going. You'll need even more spelt. Yeah, we're just burning through this this flour. The good news is the months aren't long. I want to say the months are what? 7 days long or something like that by default. Okay, that should be enough for now. We should swap those so they're in the place I expect them. Okay, so grab you. Okay, well, I'm on death's door, don't mind me. I guess we'll use the bandages for the first time and see how good those are. Ah, so it's a heal over time, that's good to know. And it only heals about 2 blocks, maybe. So the bandages, not amazing. Gonna be honest. I mean, it's better than nothing. Okay. Oh, that's going to have issues in a second, so we'll clear that inventory spot. All right. Just giving a moment to cook those. Some expectation. Is once I kill these enemies right here, we'll be in the clear. Okay. So we're just going to keep the bread going real fast. We're going to get our stuff all set up here. Okay. Because the big problem I'm trying to figure out now is I really want a way to bring the water indoors more efficiently. Now, one of the ways I could make this work is to literally put my house on the water, or put a building on the water for when I need water. And get that all sorted. Okay, you're still in the first stage. Because we'll get all our leather working stuff happening. Okay, so that's about to be done. Because I can definitely see like doing a little pool in the bottom, so when it comes to like leatherworking, is grab it out of the little 1 square area, toss it in its appropriate buckets, doing all that garbage. Okay. So if we put one more bucket of water in there, that'll be another one ready for weak tannin. Then it'll be just a thing of getting the diluted borax going. Okay, more weak tannin going. Go get our bread switched. Oh no, you're still going. Okay. So I need 5 more rounds of this for the weak borax, or the diluted borax. Which we can use to process the leather farther. And that should be everything I need for getting the whole process of leather start to finish. Okay. Still didn't find iron, but at least the leatherworking's getting done now. I should be able to probably do 3 trips of water. I believe we got 3 more in-game days of December. Okay, let's check on our bread. It just hit partially baked because the temperature's getting low, it's not cooking as fast. Alright, it went immediately to diluted borax. So once we switch out the bread, I can figure out the recipe for the other stuff. Okay, don't think that's hot enough for me to cook, like, because when it drops to, I think, is 160, it'll stop cooking entirely. Let's chuck that in for later. Okay. So, let's go here. Borax. Diluted borax. Okay, so we got the diluted borax, and it's used for soaking hides. So I'm going to need to do is grab a hide. So we got the... Which one's going to go bad first? You. So for a small hide, to make it a soaked small hide, I will need 2 liters of diluted borax. Alright, so let's grab you. Go over here. 1. That's not what I wanted. One, 2. We'll turn into soaked things 18 hours after sealing. Okay, so we've got that making our first hide. That's cured. Gonna plunk you down as our spare. Alright, what do we need to do now? We could drop off those bricks for the time being. Or the cobblestone, whatever it is. Not gonna use it right now. I've got a ton of street I could put down. So we can work on that, because my inventory is full of that crap. And I'm thinking... Yeah, so we still got that rift there. So it's still... Okay, I see what's going on. So I got rid of... Okay. I think I understand. So bear with me for one moment. Let me fix those settings. I see what I did, and what it did not accomplish. So let's go to our on-stream, go to our customized settings, go to our temporals. So that's a temporal stability. That's a thing where we gradually go insane. That I'm fine with. The temporal storm, I'm fine with that as well. The rifts... So the temporal rifts, those I want to just potentially turn off entirely. Those are the ones that just appear on the surface and they're just obnoxious. Not being able to sleep, I think that's fine. So we'll still get the drifters at night, which I haven't seen a way to turn off. I think that might be Narwhal's ones at mods. I think that's fine. Okay. Because the rifts just showing up are just obnoxious. It really is interesting to me how much time and effort they put into, like, the rift nonsense. Sorry, the drifter nonsense. And it really isn't particularly great. Okay. So we've got a road going south. We got a road going east. I've got a lot more I've already detected to the south, so I'll probably end up taking that route more. So let's keep building the road to the south. I wish I had noticed previously that we could make the thin, the slabs as opposed to the full-on blocks. It's fine, though. We're here. We'll just continue the highway, be a little bit more conservative on our materials using the slabs, plus then I can run on and off of it without needing full-on stairs, other than when we're going up and down elevation. Is that a cow I heard? Oh, no, that's a bear. That's a very different animal than a cow. One gets slightly upset when they're looking for cow, and instead they get the bear. Alright. Those are where things get awkward, where I've already built stuff. Okay, I was curious how that would work. Ah, I see how I'm gonna have to fix this. That's fine. So pull up these blocks real quick. Make those into the slabs. Grab you for a minute. Out of my way. Yeah, we'll just make a little path over here. Because the goal is effectively make a highway I can kind of run up and over real quick as I'm going back and forth between places. So I don't have to do like the whole thing where you shimmy back and forth up the hill and it ends up being this whole nonsense. I imagine there's people who take the time to figure out what level they want their road on, and then cut tunnels through mountains and everything. Because it'd also be a way to potentially find random ores and all that that aren't particularly what you're seeking out, but just whatever. Might also be a huge waste of time. Okay, and with that we can go to slabs. Alright. Level 90s is what your roads are set to. Level 90? So if we're talking my height is at 20, you are heckin' up there. Oh, you mean underground? That's fine. That was a waste of one block. Alright. Okay. Honestly, it's probably where you bring your shears with you when you're doing this, just to make it so it's a little smoother. Oh, I didn't realize how much path I made. Alright, well, this is going to take a minute. It's fine. It's getting rid of a lot of material. They'll make all of my runs this way that much easier. The classic, I'm investing in infrastructure kind of thing. The only other downside with going with that, though, is the sheer amount of time you're going to spend just digging up dirt and what to do with it. You do think it's totally worth it. Yeah, because it also gives me a pretty significant movement speed bonus. running out's like 1.3 times or something like that. 30% increase. So like all those running back and forth, they do add up. And then that's also proven to be invaluable for me running back and forth when I'm trying to find my way back home. Because the moment I see the road, I just hop on the road. You think the Sky Road is the best, less having to dig? Just need entrances on and off every so often? Yeah. Well, unfortunately, I've run myself out of the stairs. Alright, so we've gone pretty far this way. And now with that, I can just easily dash this way as fast as we want. Not just speed up, but not having to jump or dodge everything. Oh, yeah. Oh. I think I might be freezing. That icon's new. And I noticed my screen shaking for the first time. We might have literally just hit the point where it's cold enough outside that I have to get more clothing. Because our body temperature is apparently crashing? Okay, so our body temperature is stabilizing. That's good. So I had materials for making... Oh yeah. I had materials for making a jacket that I hadn't done. Was it you that I needed it for? No. A warm robe. No, that's not it. Let's check our actual clothing. So we've got a rawhide mantle. We got the commoner coat. It was a coat of some kind was what we were looking at. Was it the huge pelt I could use for it? It was something I had. And then I can move that all the way up to leather, which would let me make body armor and stuff like that. We can make that into oiled. Yeah, so you apparently can only be oiled. Or no, you can also be soaked. So if we soak that... Then we can make that into the scraped. And then the prepared. And then, like, proper actual leather. Okay. And a leather jerkin, which offers some level of protection, but not as much in the way of insulation. What was it? I only have a maple seed. There was something I had here where I already had materials I just had to put together, and I held off at the time because I didn't need it. It's not that. Right now, I'll chuck all that in there. Well, that'll bring with me. Let's see. A Rot Walker coat. Gross. Yeah, so I got a bunch of fancy coats I can buy. And same with these look like they're jackets. So apparently we now have the problem of it's just too darn cold outside. Oh, no, well, actually, no, it's starting to get colder. So I got some more road built. I've got dirt to drop off. What? I'm trying to remember for the life of me. I had something lined up where I literally could just make a jacket. And I do not remember what it was. Thought it was one of the leather pieces down there. You know what it probably was? It was probably this large hide. That I was able to make something. Yeah, it was that. Well, no, because the warm robe is still that. Rawhide mantle? I guess not. Alright, so we got a bit of an issue here then. Because that means I can no longer really stay outside without cold being an issue. Which we knew was coming. I just thought I was in better shape for it than I realized I was. Okay, so we got our other highway over here. The good news, it seems like while I've got my torch out, nope, my temperature's still slowly coming down. Okay. Got a little sky path going on over here. Then that'd be stairs. Stairs. Alright. Well, thank you. Yeah, no, the idea here is just basically having a path going in each of the cardinal directions. Then we'd have the stairs go up to here. Honestly, for this crap, okay. There's a bunch of these big up and down situations. So I'm just gonna go right on over the top of these hills. That's a trader way out there. I'm surprised I did not take fall damage. Well, I guess we're working our way home now. Because that's the downside with this. Is if I fall getting back up to that road. Now, the other thing we can do, also, before I forget, check out Arch Play Stuff. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I highly recommend checking out. Good times over there. Fellow members of our Halcyon Frequency stream team and all that good stuff. The stream team that I am on. So definitely a good person to check out for a good time. Because low-key, I could see going the other way with this than what I've done. And just, like, water level doing a highway that you just go with that. Like, for right now, I'm just kind of seeing as we're just going to go over this water. Mostly, I'm just using the materials. That's honestly one of the big motivators for even making this highway, is I just keep getting all this dirt and stone, and it's just going to pile up. And I can make it into this. And so it's something that's beneficial to me that gets all that crap out of my inventory. Yeah, so you got the East Skyway. The other ones are along the ground, but the East Skyway goes to the sky. We need to make a lot of stairs, and I'll bring this back down to ground level at some point. Alright, there's the last stack. That could even be what I do, is each cardinal direction I approach the path entirely differently. Alright, I think our temperature's starting to actually get bad. I'm seeing, like, down along the edges of the screen, I'm seeing almost like a fuzziness going in, my character's shivering. Alright. Then we've got you over here to warm up at. Alright. So you're still doing your thing. The weak tannen's happening. Oh, I probably need another barrel for the leather working. Let's go ahead and get another barrel going while we're waiting for our temperature to come back up. Then go 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. I need to find my barrel that I've been tossing the dirt in. Okay. You like the path building? It's nice and relaxing? Yep. Alright, so with this, what we're going to want to do is we will need to set up what we need for, of course I left water in there. What did I do with this water to get rid of it? Okay. Alright, well, what I'll do is I'll leave this one upstairs, and I guess I'm going to get another barrel. Maybe. Assuming I have the materials. What do I need for a barrel? It was some planks. And what? 5 planks and a rope. I'm pretty sure I have that. Let's go with those. One of you. I should have a rope here somewhere. There we go. Cool, because then what we can do is grab you. So you need me to process you. Or I'm wrong. I need the scraped leather. So scraped leather, I need to prepare it, which means 6 weak tannin. Let's go here and go 1. That's not the right button. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Drop it all in there. I need to go back in here, grab the actual thing, chuck you in there, and we're now making it into prepared leather. I'll just leave the bucket down here in general for whenever I need to do stuff with that. We've got the maple seed. Just go up here and be like, up. Alright. So then we got this road. That works. Cool. Alright. So I'm thinking I want to do here is once I get to this edge, I'm going to put it directly on, like, just surface level. So I'll need a place for stairs right there. Maybe build a shovel after all. Well, I shouldn't need it this way because I'm literally building on the surface of the water. Okay. And that's all that. But yeah, no, if we're going to go and do like that one, I'm going to tunnel. So when we hit the other land, I'm going to just want shovels and that to get through. Okay. Oh, meanwhile, I don't think there's literally any utility purpose for cinnamon fern, so there you go. Drop you off. Alright, so I got a bunch of tools here. More than I probably should be carrying. In fact, if I'm not cutting down trees, I should probably get the axes put somewhere. So let's go over here real fast. Make ourselves a shelf for axes. I'll keep the one on me. Those are spares. Alright. So that's all processing there. So what my hope is I could take our highway. Down will be better. we could take our highway down to where we saw the magnetite supposedly being in the area, and just get back down there and start digging that up more. Because I should arrive there not too far off of daytime. We can run this way. Oh, let's go to you. There we go. So we... Sorry, I thought I heard bees or something. I was like, what? In the winter? Alright, with that, we start working our way east. And we'll see if we can't make iron start happening. And it could even be that I don't have what I need for iron, but we can get the ore and then, you know, learn from our errors and all that, and then we'll just have the ore sitting around till we're ready for it. But that's okay. We're starting our progress of making actual leather. I'm also hoping that this will be like in real life. In real life, while you're underground, temperature doesn't change very much at all between seasons underground. Can't remember the exact temperature it sticks at, usually within a degree or two, barring you know, particularly significant, you know, like if you were to dig deep enough that you start heating up again and all that, or if you're near some type of, you know, geologically active system. That's flax. I'll take free flax. Oh. Piggy. Alright. I do wonder how much effort some people probably put. Median outside temperature? Oh, is that just how it works in the game? That'd be disappointing if that's... the way it works. Because then it'd also potentially leave trouble for me. That's how it works in real life? Oh, that's a bear. That's a bear. It's probably fine. Yeah, because definitely not median outside temperature. Because I know I've gone into, like, the ape caves and all that, and that was way below the temperature day and night. And all that, but that was, like, volcanic tunnels. Versus you might be talking, like, a specific, like, 10 feet underground, whatever. Which, sure, that might be accurate. Okay, and this is where we're going. And our temperature's crashing, so I'm hoping I didn't make a huge mistake. Because I also got to remember how I get down in here. You're old, so you could be remembering it correctly. I mean, I could also easily be wrong. Please start warming up. Oh, we are warming up. Oh no, we're solidly into winter. They warmed up 0.1 degrees Celsius. But that does mean if I get underground... where we were doing this whole thing... then it should be good. I know I put it somewhere pretty close to... there, that's our entrance. Yeah, so we're very slowly warming up. The heck are you? Okay. I got jump scared by that one and killed. Well, that's inconvenient. Alright. Yeah, and that's because, I added a UI mod. So a UI mod is part of why we had the different temperatures. Like, different unit temperatures and all that. So, like, the UI mod, I did change it to show Fahrenheit, because that's what I'm more familiar with, more comfortable with. Alright, come on. Alright. We gotta be able to get all the way back there. Because your stuff does disappear. Oh, that's not the way I want. Your stuff does disappear if it stays in your body. Like, if you drop it and you don't recover it in time. So I'm going to run down here real fast. Try and get back to where we were. I was not expecting to see what I assume was a relatively high-level enemy down there. Now, granted, we are on current rift activity high. But after being down there and everything being so quiet on high before, with our sanity being on its last limb, it just caught me by surprise. The good news is now I remember where the cave entrance is. It's right at the marker we had that showed the magnetite at a decent amount. Probably also need to go hunting animals at some point. I've been putting that off. Because that'll give me meat, leather, fat, and I need the fat for a lot of things. We'll be able to get the fat to start giving ourselves mechanical power for the pulverizer and all that. Granted, I'm not going to be able to get the windmill stuff done realistically until we get our first harvest of flax for the season. I've also so far not at any point seen any high fertility soil or like There's one that's like Terra something or other that's like the super high stuff. I've not seen either of those. It's all just been medium, low, or forest floor. Which is usually low. I'm gonna start starving to death. Yeah, no, I did see that it is craftable. I don't remember what the materials were. We're almost there, though. So hopefully we can recover our stuff really fast. Which includes a bunch of bread. Alright. So don't go towards the rip marker. Go towards that middle yellow marker. That'll be the cave entrance. Well, the tunnel entrance, whatever the entrance. The place I dug a big hole. Well, staircase, I guess. Don't kill me yet. Let me get my stuff. I have a weapon I might be able to defend myself with there. Okay. So what I'm going to do here, break just a couple of blocks, real fast. Get wrecked, nerds. I have the power of a tiny little fence. You are not prepared for the power I bring. No ore nearby. Gotta put out the little doggy fence, little toddler fence. Oh, did I... Wait, how far did I turn? Yeah, it's fine. The little doggy fence, little, you know, toddler wall, whatever you want to call it. Okay. We are just not getting luck down here. Yeah, so we're looking for the magnetite, and we do know it could show up in andesite. And we do have this area has a quantity of decent. It's not amazing. Man, you get out of view of that fast. No ore nearby. So I'm just kind of circling down, like basically the way I've done it is I went kind of at a downward angle to get myself the stair down here. I've been just kind of doing a loop around it, making sure there's enough space there. There's definitely going to be better ways you could grid this out. I'm sure there's people who have done the math who are like, okay, if I do a corridor this way, this many tiles, separated, you know, it's probably like whatever, like the 12 or whatever. I could just kind of grid it out and I know I won't miss anything. I'm sure there's all sorts of strategies around like that to min-max, you know, going an area. I'm kind of doing it this way because then there's only one path behind me that I can just chuck up the wall or defend myself from. Versus the other ones I did all these like intertwining paths seeking stuff out that ultimately end up being a big hassle down the road. Yeah, because, like, for example, if this thing has a range of 6, you'd be able to go, like, do a tunnel, you would shift over 12, like, leave a gap of 12 tiles in between. Now you're good. So, like, you do your grid. So you do, like, here's a tunnel you've made, and then you go down 12. So you'd detect 6 from this side and 6 from that side, so you'd have the entire middle scoop done. And then what you could do is then you'd go down, and it'd be 12 as well, so you'd have 6 above, 6 below. You get the whole idea. And then you'd only have to do those corridors. Until you hit something, and then you'd seek out, like, okay, where's it at? I'm also kind of using where once that fence goes out of sight, I'm not counting it. It's like, that's probably 10, so probably worth, you know, slapping another chisel on the wall, see if we have ore show up nearby. Trace amounts of the bismuthite, which I don't need anymore. Not for a while, at least. Before we get too caught up, I'm gonna eat a last piece of bread. Alright. Our sanity is slowly dropping. Okay, some medium intensity on the drifter nonsense. Check this block. Still trace amounts of bismuthite. Okay. So go back here. We're starting to reach the edge of where we had the detection stuff. Doing a turn again. We get pretty close to where it should join me back to the path we started this floor with. I guess we could just mine deeper. All right. Because right at the corner coming up ahead is where we died. It actually might be a little bit too far south for our paths to join up. So I'll make sure to shoot just a bit past it. Well, actually, no. We can go ahead and drop all this stuff in our inventory. Medium amount of bismuthite. Okay. Go one more round this way, then we'll turn left again. I also imagine there's people who probably just absolutely obliterate areas. Now, granted, with as costly and as hard as it is to get the materials for pickaxes and all that, I don't think it's a thing that you could, like, literally just keep quarrying and not just run out. Because, like, sure, you can find really big veins, but it's... Alright, well, there's the bismuthite again. I guess I don't mind picking up a couple of chunks if we're, like, literally passing through it. Let's get to the other side of it real fast. Because I don't want to mine that all out. I will need more of that later. But I'm good with that for now. Okay, so check this way. Very large amounts. If you run out, it's back to the lake with a pan, I guess. Yeah, no, that's the thing. If you absolutely run out. That's actually one of the things early on, before we started finding decent amounts of copper and all that, that I kind of made the comment that I'd like to move a tile of water into my base. So you just pick up a bunch of sand or whatever, and then when we're stuck in the night hiding from all the drifters, I could just sit there and pan. That ended up not being necessary at all, but there was the temptation there to just do that as having something to idle to it. Oh, you hate panning? You'd rather native explore? Yeah, no, I think it's definitely better to native explore. The panning wouldn't be so bad if you just, like, click and hold. Alright, pretty soon our sanity is going to start being a problem, as well as our hunger. Honestly, it's more than pretty soon. What we could do from here... is do this. I could turn again here, and that should loop me back into my previous path. That takes me down into this area to begin with. And I should be able to take a left, jump back up the path up, or I'm totally wrong and then I'm just getting myself more lost. I mean, worst case, I just backtrack. It's just our hunger and our sanity is getting pretty bad. Let's just do it like this. Oh, there we go. I'm gonna starve to death. Taking all that damage means when I start running out of hunger, we're just gonna go downhill fast. Plus, these not being stairs, it is not letting me climb at all well. Well, that's a terrible sound I'm hearing. It's gonna be right up here. If we don't look, it can't hurt us. It's not all true, but that's what I'm going with. Just trying to get to the surface, so if we do ultimately die, which is very likely, I should be able to recover quickly. Alright. So let's just try and work our way northwest. We are going to start actively starving very soon. Which luckily does take a while to kill you. We found out yesterday, if you don't look, can't hurt you, is somewhat true in Halo 2. Basically, you can hide your head in a wall and the enemies won't see you. Oh, just like the detection for where the player is, quote-unquote, the, like, bounding box or whatever is, like, your character's actual head. So you can just mash it through the wall. I've seen some fun, quirky stuff like that. No, Wolfie. Bad puppy. Oh, that's starvation. Well, I fell to my death is what happened there. That's fine. The Arbiter has a head that's forward versus Master Chief. So it can clip through the wall. They clip through the wall, and he's then functionally invisible. And that's fall damage. Yep. Alright, this is not the route I should have taken. It's fine, we're already over here. So pop over here real fast. That fall damage will absolutely... I'm suspecting jumping into the water in the ice cold will mean we freeze to death much faster. Just going on a hunch with that one. Okay. was that? Oh, loose flint. Thought for a moment it was Chalk is about to be like, what? Chalk? Okay. If you stocked up on food and oiled some hides, sorry, 1 second. And oiled some hides for fur clothing in winter, winter can be cozy and relaxed. If you did not, yeah. Well, for me, the problem isn't like the starvation and all that. Like, we're getting a little bit of cold issues, but it's honestly not been bad. The bigger thing is I'm pursuing iron, and the iron is... I thought I heard something big next to me. The iron going down to those caves is where all the problems are, which is the same thing like when you're playing Minecraft. You're like jumping down underground and all that you get yourself into trouble. Oh, was it a bear that I ran past? Because like I heard something big move and it's like took a quick peek, it's like, nope, still going, not gonna stop. Can't stop, won't stop. Okay. Just a bun bun. Alright. Oh crap, I'm stuck in the trees. Okay. It's probably not terrible. Okay. Seems like every time you die. Well, yeah, no, it's because we have to go a long way. And we're traveling through a lot of forest biome. Because like we actually haven't seen much of the way of wolves or rabbits, right? Or sorry, not rabbits. Wolves or bears or anything near home in a long time. Honestly, I haven't seen much of any animals near the home. We did a little hunting over there, but not enough that we were wiping stuff out. What I am hoping is when spring shows up that we can go ahead and go after some chickens. I heard that wolf. Hey, Darkwater. It's going pretty good. I just realized you didn't lose your weapon. No, well, we went back and we recovered our stuff. That's the reason I went there, grabbed our stuff, and now we're running back. Am I missing a pickaxe? I think I'm missing a pickaxe. Well, bad doggo. I think we might have missed some of our gear pickup there. I don't think we broke a pickaxe, nor do our pickaxes in that good shape. Unfortunately, at this stage, I don't think I can circle back for it without dying from starvation anyways. So that's probably going to be a pickaxe lost, a bronze pickaxe, just because by the time I can circle back to go for it, it'll despawn, most likely. Are you off my butt? Good. Alright. Yeah, because I got these pickaxes here. Got that thing. You know, I think we just straight up left the pickaxe behind. Bummer. I don't think realistically I make food happen before... Oh wait, never mind, we can make food happen. Should probably cook these, but right now I'm just gonna eat them. Alright. So where is low fertility soil? Making all these staircases, because that's been a whole thing. I thought you had bread left back at base. I need to cook it. Like, we're not gonna, like, starve to death. It's just, it's not cooked yet. It was raw. There you go. More low fertility soil. Cool. That should take care of stairs for a while. We'll just chuck that in there. That's fine, we'll deal with that later. Okay, so... And the reason it wasn't cooked is I basically got to the point where the stove wasn't hot enough. So I had to make do. Okay, drop you off. Poke outside for just a second. We'll end up moving those later. Alright. We got 8 there. We'll grab more of this. So we can make some more. That's probably fine as is. If they make even more of it, then I won't be able to cook it. Okay, let's put the rest of the flour back away. So you got a smoked hot, or soaked hide. So for a soaked hide, I can then scrape it, but first... I need to make you into a soaked hide. So 10 liters. Go check on our bread. Make sure we swap that out before it burns. Okay. Because what we can do is we can make a soaked hide, then we can go and do whatever we gotta do to process it up. Because we should also check what the requirements were for, there was some stuff you can make only with, like, the black bear pelts and all that. Check that real fast. So with the bear pelts, that's a raw bear pelt. If we make it into a soaked one, there's nothing I can make with it. If we make it scraped, then that just becomes a scraped hide huge. So then we can make it into a prepared hide. And then we can make that into leather. Okay, so it's just getting processed into leather. That's fine. That's whatever. So I needed 10 liters of diluted borax. There goes that. And those are all doing their thing. Nothing more for me to worry about there. In the meantime, we can take you and our knife. So it's the scraped hide. An ingredient for parchment. An ingredient for a glider schematic. We can make books. Interesting. Regardless, so prepared small hide. Yeah, that'll be weak tannin and all that. Okay. We'll also want to make more of those bandages. Might as well. But for right now, because you're already in the process of aging there, you've got a while yet till you're cured properly. So put the scraped in there. That's fine. May you give me a fashion hint? Sure. I need to take the time to fix this place up. I keep chasing that iron, and I don't think that's the right call. But I want it. Okay. So what I probably should actually do is do some hunting, get myself some more fat, because we can use the fat for making a bunch of things, including light sources, that I don't have to replace every once in a while. Oh, speaking of which, refresh you two. I'd like to find the bees. I don't think we're gonna find much of that in the winter, but if I could find some beehives, we can do stuff. We could go seek out resin. There was some stuff I needed resin for. Actually, go check to see what the recipes for resin was, because I'm pretty sure my resin's right here. Yeah, so for the resin, we've got armor we can make. We can make a better bow, which does significantly more damage. So you're 3.7 damage. Oh, that's 3.25 for the simple bow. Versus that 3.75. I mean, that's a decent amount more damage. Oh, right, the fruit press. That was one of the things I wanted to get for in the winter, and that also requires the fat and the resin. And I got all, like, the windmill pieces. Let's see. Let's see. You're not wearing a hat. Your head is bare. A simple farmer might make a hat out of straw or dry grass. Ah, yeah, I got you. So I haven't made myself a hat yet. I'm worried about we can just go hat. Gem encrusted fur hat. Okay, so straw hat is the 3. We can make bamboo hats. Oh, witch's hat is a mushroom. I was like, what? And go ahead and make our farmer's hat. Ah, so I'm gonna need more thatch and all that. Let's go farmers. Well, okay, so that's all I used for that. Was it dried grass? Okay, yeah, so it's dried grass. Would be 6 dried grass. That shouldn't be hard to come by. Just waiting for this to finish so we can get our next round of bread in there. I see. So apparently in the winter you don't get dried grass. I do have enough of it. And what's it say for you? So I get it from tearing apart hay stuff. No shocker there. Now we can get it for ripping out stuff. Yeah, no, I could see that being a thing. The kind of stuff that the game doesn't really explain that you'd go up. Yeah, we could try that. We could try smashing the snow first, then pulling up the grass and see if it works. But no, you're good with that. A lot of these games, that's kind of one of the problems are, there's some stuff that's intuitive, and then there's some stuff that just because of mechanically how the engine works, are very, very counterintuitive. So we got the snow. Okay. So yeah, so you can pull it up, but you gotta pull up the snow first. That's fine. I don't have an immediate need for more grass than that, but that's okay. Alright, and meanwhile, still pretty late in the evening, what we're gonna go ahead and do is go to sleep to get ourselves some more light. And I'm going to avoid the temptation of beelining right back over and trying to get the, find the iron. And instead, we're either A, gonna go out and hunt, or work on the house. Okay, so got a bunch of arrows. Just as a precaution, so I don't have the risk of losing them. Let's grab some sticks real fast. Make one of you. Oh no, I have... No, actually... Yeah, it's fine. So bring that with us. We'll need that to cut the animals. We'll have this. You got some food. I've got a bunch of staircases. I have a bunch of arrows. They're a pretty big mix of just a bunch of random stuff. Okay, so it's about to be daytime. Alright. So the plan here is going to be basically... looking for stuff we want. We'll work on doing the stairs. While we wait for daylight. But we're looking for resin, bees, and all that stuff. Would you believe me if I said you still haven't found copper? I'd believe you. Actually, I should have it in my main hand. Okay. Ah! Hi, bear. I wasn't sure if I saw something, and then I definitely realized I did see something. Bears are so quiet in the game. The good news is that's right on my big highway here. So, once I recover my stuff, we can go murder ourselves a bear. Yeah, no, I was running around in the dark because I'm being impatient. The question is, where did that bear go? Don't imagine you went far. Okay, saw the wolf moving that way. All right. Wouldn't be so bad, but everything's white. Hmm. Do they go in caves? Not that I'm aware of. I mean, they can certainly, like, fall in the cave or whatever. But I don't think they, like, run to the cave for shelter or whatever. So our body temperature is unfortunately crashing. So I'm going to either need to find it soon so I can start fighting it, or need to back off and warm up. I'm just surprised half the time when I die to an animal, they just sit right on my body and just wait for me to come back for my stuff. Okay. Give me that fat. Give me them bones. Grab those 2 arrows I missed. Alright, so we can take this back real fast, drop off the things. We can make a couple of things for starting a chimney off of our house. I don't really actually need one, but aesthetically the idea of putting down a campfire on a wood floor bothers me. So, chimney. So I could put the chimney off the front here. Okay, so let's see. So I have not a lot of brick. That's probably... Oh, I know. I got a couple tiles. Okay. I will need an axe. Don't what you did and leave your chimney top open with the campfire at the bottom so the rain kept putting it out. Nice. Do I actually want to put it right there? Alright, I think I know what I'm doing. Okay, so let's go pick up this tile. This door is going away in the long term anyways. So I think what I'm going to actually do... It'll be... Well, the door's going away. What am I worried about? So I'm going to pull this up. Pull this up. Pull that up. We go brick, brick, brick. Brick, brick. Okay. And that's it for what I've got for bricks right now. We could drop the wood off down here. So I'll need 1, 2, 3, 4. One there. What do we want to use the fat for right now? We can use the fat for the lights. That's probably not a bad idea. And then we have all of this stuff here I'm going to ultimately want. I'm not worried about that immediately, so I think that's going to become a light right now. For the kitchen. Let's grab you. Fix it up properly later. We can craft you. I'll need to go down here to our planks. I believe it was this pattern. No, that's a shelf. Alright, so what was the table? Ah, I was off by 1. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Drop you and do that. Give me my table. Then you can pop up here. Alright, and from here... Oh, right, for this, we just cook it up straight. I can go down here, grab the firewood we've got there. Gonna make some more. Alright. So I have our stack of firewood sitting over there. Okay, so we're gonna need more than that to keep that going, I think. I wish there was an easy way to know how much firewood I should toss in there to keep that going. Let's see, 4 wire in the campfire as fuel afterwards. So you totally could litter the landscape with fireplaces at 1 grass each. Yep. Meanwhile, let's grab these pieces of leather. Chuck them in there. And those are all doing their thing. Okay. Oh, I guess you are also food-related stuff. I'm not doing anything with them because you have to, like, seal them with and all that, but... Chuck them up here for right now. Okay. We got more of these. All right. And we can go down here to... We won't worry about grinding up the bone and all that yet. We don't ultimately want to do that. We have another cranberry bush? I must have picked that up while I was doing all this. Yeah, I'll get that sword to be not cursed as I get more stone. Alright. Yeah, so we'll let that continue to process. It's gonna take time. And let's go see if we can't catch ourselves another animal. We got this forest over here. We know there's a bear around here somewhere. There you are. Okay, for the record, you can't run faster backwards than a bear on flat land. It's fine. Now the bear will be gone again. I'll have to go hunt for it all over again. Hi, bear. Where's my stuff? Oh, you're still right there. I was really hoping I wouldn't die a second time. Because that's going to make it really hard to find my body. The good news is it was right along the road. Yeah, because it was just up here from the bear. There you are. Okay, and we'll run up the road a little ways. Not doing so good. I've killed a couple of bears now. But the way I killed the other bears is I angered them, got in the water, and they're still faster than you in the water, but it was slow enough that you could, like, hit the bear, would get knocked back, and as it closed the gap, you could hit it again. I was trying to turn and hit it with a bow. I need to be able to get my stuff and engage it at some kind of range. At least I can get a decent number of hits in before I have to start trying to run and do it. I'm sure there's like a whole strategy on how to kite them. Would you piss off for 2 seconds? Hey, could you not be creepy like that? Can you make a tree stand? Probably. The thing is, I gotta make it where it's gonna be. Oh, you're not dead. Okay. More meat, more fat, and more bone. I know I fired another arrow over here, but good luck in me finding it. Yeah, we're starting to run ourselves out of arrows. Okay, let's get back to the road. See if I can get an eye on the rest of theirs, because that's where I killed him. There shouldn't be more arrows this way. Oh, I guess we're just low on arrows. Because I've got... I mean, I got 14 arrows left. The downside is that was the copper arrows are the ones I lost the most of. Which is fine. They're my best ones. Okay, so drop you off. chuck those in there to keep that fire going for a bit longer. Let's see here. So we've got lights in all this area. So maybe I save this one. And for the brown bear, we could still process the stuff. We'll have to wait on that. So we can go here and drop off the brown bear hide. I've got the fat. And like we were talking about before, the fat has a lot of uses. But I could see wanting to do this fruit press. If I can get another resin, we could potentially get a fruit press made, and then that way when we get to the other part of the year, I have more ability to work with that. And I know this doesn't need to be put in here to keep it going, but I'm just going to chuck it in there for now. Okay. You pop up here. And I'll let that just keep going and see how far that... Can you make roast bear? Yep. That's actually what I'm working on right now. I heard a wolf up this way. Just the texture on that plant being weird. All right. Yeah, it's getting too dark for me to be able to hunt anything. Okay. Let's get back to the house. Yeah, so I killed a wolf and a bear. I did a terrible job fighting the bear, though. Oh, hey. That's one of our copper arrows. If the game screwed you, you're digging down on the 4.58% copper. Ran a full sheet of quartz preventing you from going any lower. Yeah, I mean, at least you can, like, still hunt around it, because you can always get below that by going away, like, past the quartz, then going down and coming back under. Assuming that you detect copper there, I wouldn't necessarily dig through trying to find copper in that specific spot. I would just keep working my way around. Okay, so you need more firewood. Alright, so we got all that going on. That was the birch planks, which I don't think I have any more birch planks. I don't have enough bauxite stone. Oh, actually, I do. I got enough bauxite stone for one more piece of that for the chimney. Well, two, sorry. Forgot they come out in pairs. Making progress. We can just chuck those in one of here. Keep losing track of what I even have stored where. Yeah, I'll just drop that in there for right now. I forgot I have all the stairs for making some of the road better. And this is pretty early still for sleep. But I'm not sure what else to work on in the dark. Okay, so did we want to use a different style of wall? Because we did the, we've got the birch planks, and we're using that for the floor. And the wall, it's fine. We also looked at the possibility of debarking the stuff. Let's go take a peek at what that would be like. So if we were to debark it, it looks like that. And then we can make it a debarked quarters if we wanted as well. Not sure how I feel about that. All the other ones I'm less worried about. And there's like the plaster walls and all that. Let's check what we have in here for... So, I mean, I just have like gravel and all that kind of stuff. I can't remember what you can do with these. We can break it into stone. We can polish it. Which I'm not sure how meaningful that is. Yeah, so we could polish those. I'm not sure I want to make my walls out of that kind of stone, though. And the sand, I think we can mostly just process that into... Oh, you can make it into orange daub? Is it... Okay, so it's any soil. Interesting. So if we made orange dye, I can make daub walls. Or we... Oh, I see. So you can make raw daub and all that. Yeah, so it's apparently clay, sand, dry grass, and soil that you can make the daub. Must be applied on or placed in a wattle fence block to create wattle and daub. Okay, that's not nearly exciting as I was hoping it would be. But it's an interesting idea that you could make these as an alternative thing for wall to give yourself some color and all that. Let's see, church stone. And these ones I know you can pack them. You can make mud brick. Mud brick doesn't look actually that bad. Cob? Yeah, so mud brick genuinely doesn't look too terrible. I wonder what's the difference between... So you have light mud brick, which is sand and soil. Ah, it's sand inclusion. Yeah, so you can make mud brick as a thing. That'd probably be a floor, though. I'm looking for something that'd be a decent wall. The only one I've seen that looks really good is the plaster, but it requires lime. And I am unwilling to do that. If I get lime, I'm hoarding it. All right, let's try taking some of this and then scraping it. So I believe I needed the chisel, was it? to make you debarked. No, it's the hammer. That makes a lot more sense. So let's see. For you. Okay, so it'll be hammer, axe. Let's take a peek at how this looks compared to what we've got before. I like that. I think that's better. Okay. So that's going to be some work now. So what I can do... Let's grab 2 of those block. Go down here. Replace those 2. Grab these 4. Yeah, I think that'll look way better. So go ahead and work on getting all our floors swapped out. And all that. Already forgotten where that needed to be. That's fine. This is what I can work on while it's dark. Get her place looking nicer. How are you doing? Give me the rest of your firewood back. Oh, the rest must have popped outside. Or not. Oh, that looks neat. Noted. Yeah. Did I feel like... I was expecting to find 2 more out here. Yeah, so I'll probably want to make like an actual foundation on the outside, which the way I'll probably end up going about that is getting more of the bauxite block or whatever. And doing that, that's fine. In the meantime, we just keep working on swapping these out. Get ourselves a proper floor. Okay. I'll definitely want to replace the thatch roof at some point soon. What we can do with that is I'll probably replace the thatch roof with, like, if we can find slate, I think the slate roofs look pretty good. It's probably one of those ones that a lot of people go for the slate because it's relatively easy to craft. Okay. Cool. All right. So let's see if the table... In a second. I was going to say, let's see if the table pops up when I, knock the tile out from underneath it, or if it'll just hover. I'd rather not tear it all down just to pick it all back up and put it back down again. It's not exactly how I expected it to go, but noted. Okay, we can grab you. Where did the light go? Oh. It placed it back in the ground. That's interesting. There we go. Let's see here. So grab you. Do this, then that. Do that. Alright. I mean, at least it's still a table. Yeah, no, it definitely could have been worse. It could have been one of those things where it just destroyed the thing and be like, alright, well, rip my stuff. Yeah, so the foundation doesn't look right. We'll want to get that. We'll also want to get the corners to be something else. I could just see using straight up stone. Alright. Yeah, so birch floors, larch walls. We can go here, do this. All right, Elmbrook, you have a good one. I hope you have your luck with that getting that copper. Thank you for hanging out and all that good stuff. All right, so we got all this. Eat a bunch of this low-quality meat. I can do this. A light temporal storm is approaching. Do not love. Okay. But these stone pillars for corners would look good. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, is if I, not like just the cobblestone, but if we did either like a brick, or if I did the thing where I carve fully around a block to make the one block fall by itself, that could also look good. So I get like a smooth stone corner. Okay, grab all of you. And I'm feeling something like shale or slate or something like that. Something dark for the corner, I think. Alright. Then go here. They're gonna need more birch for the floors. The rest of this, I just need to take the time to actually process it, because I am basically trading one material for the other without any real loss. It's just the tool damage we get along the way. Okay. Like I said, this will also be nicer because I don't think I'll need the axe just to move my walls anymore. I could be wrong in that. I do need the axe to keep moving my walls. That's fine. Alright, let's go grab our next axe. Really like this wooden walls you're making? Yeah. People had mentioned it earlier, and I was like, oh, well, I'll look into that more, and then I didn't. But with the change in floors, it was very much like, alright, I want to... I don't want my floors and my walls to be the same texture, because it just ends up looking a little busy. Versus this, it's like, okay, it's smooth, it doesn't have quite as much going on as this kind of thing. But I do think the smooth stone will be good for the foundation kind of thing. I'm mostly looking at this as something I can do during the night versus running around and getting mauled by every other animal in creation because I can't see. All right. Okay, so we can go here. I knew that was coming, it's just a matter of how long. Alright. Let's get downstairs. Decide how you're going to wet up. Oh, do the front door yet? No, I need to get that sorted though. Because this front door is going to go away. We're going to have the hatch there. I could actually... Okay, hang on. I got some ideas. So what we can do is move this door over here, and this be like a little patio that in the corner is where we drop down into like the under area, whatever you want to call it. So kind of rotate the front of the house 90 degrees. Okay, so grab you. It was in our axe. Okay, so I think we used up the last of the axes I already had made. They were just flints. We'll make those. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and get this swapped in. That's right, so skip that spot. So grab our door. You expand the house bit? Yeah, well, my plan is to have this be like an outdoor area, like a porch. Why can I not interact with that? There we go. Yeah, I'll definitely want to change that door to be a different wood. That'll do for now. Meanwhile, for you, I'm just going to be lazy and do that. Because now I already have this all hooked up. Wow, ladders. Okay, it's control. Yeah, because that can be our way into the basement. Yeah, and that's the thing. We definitely want to do a darker door. Okay. We got a good start there. For the moment, toss it up there to help prevent enemies from spawning. Because I don't know if that's going to be sufficient. We'll want to floor that in. We got our fire here in the corner. We got our stove area. What's an oak door look like? That is an excellent question. So we have the oak log, which you can make into oak planks. Make the oak planks into an oak door, which is here somewhere, I'm sure. Solid oak door, 3 tall oak door. It's a bit darker. We can worry about that in a bit. Right now I've got enough of building that. But before we get too much far, we have flint here somewhere. I'll probably need to get more of it. Okay. So get all that out of here. You can drop this in here, grab those sticks, make some axes. Drop you in there. Cool. So I can get back to work on all this. And unfortunately, we got a temporal storm coming soon. Which is always obnoxious. And then with that, we'll have this part of the house sorted out. Might want to make an outer wall? Like a perimeter wall? Yeah, I know I want to do that eventually. The thing is how far I want to go out with it. Because it's a lot of work, and if I decide it's not far enough out, I gotta tear it all down and move it. I definitely don't want to do that twice. Yeah, we can put those together. And I won't sweat this spot, because this is going to be a chimney in the long run. I don't think there's a need for me to put much effort in there. Okay. So I basically got everything but the chimney sorted out. That's fine. We still need to do the floor. The floor we were making out of birch, and I don't have more birch. So I'll drop you off in here. Because we got 2 boards of birch and I need 4 to make a tile. Yep, once again, screw Future Rual. Future Rual doesn't know what's going on. So let's yank up these stairs. And all this. Okay. Keeps leaving chores to you. Alright. Yeah, so get that all sorted out. That'll let me move the smithy a bit. Which will be able to give me a lot more room to work. And with that, get a little bit more stone in the backdrop there. The real question is, can I turn... Oh yeah, we'd need to make a wrench. Because what I'm thinking I could do is over here... Oh, I got another tile right there. I'm thinking what I could do is if I could turn this 90 degrees to the right... I could make it kind of like on the seam here. That might make it look a little bit better for the chimney. If not, we could just make it a big rectangle thing that sticks out. But that's going to depend on me getting that all sorted out. In the meantime, I guess the stairs could just go into a box down here. Same with you. Alright, I've got all these staircases to do. Alright. How big of a windmill you're thinking? Oh, I have no idea anything about the windmill so far as sizes or any considerations like that. So what we're going to do is we're going to move this whole area over one. Make our smithy a bit wider. And you can see where we ran out of stuff for the cobble. Okay, so you are what? Andersonstite? I could definitely make at least one more. Alright. Can make a table? Yeah. I mean, but I want to put, like, the ridiculously hot stuff on, not make it look weird. So you can go and pick up all these copper ingots. Grab the bronze ingots. Okay. Do I have enough to make more bronze? So there's zinc. Bismuth. That's lead. What will I end up using the lead for again? Let's see here. So you can pulverize it into pulverized lead. But it doesn't seem to list as having a use. Cool. We can make the lead into lead ingots. which then we can use for leaded windows, lead plates. What do you mean it can't make a lead lantern? Why can't it make a lead lantern? There's really not much for me to make with a bunch of these things. Yeah, lead definitely feels like the most limited of the materials. Okay, so lead's not super useful for us. There's zinc, bismuth. Am I out of copper? Oh no, there we go. Alright, so if I remember correctly with this, is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What was the ratio on here again? I was trying to find it really fast because it's one of those things that we get the nuggets. Ah, here we go. Yeah, so it was 7 to 1. So 7 to 1. So I'll need to double that. Be able to do anything meaningful. We can do that again, so here's another 4 to make that 28. And then that's how I'm going to be able to pull that off. Okay. I'm going to drop all that up. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So unfortunately, now we are dealing with the light storm. You can make what lanterns? Yeah, so we've got our different lanterns. Oh, what are these wet lanterns? I have no idea what that is. Ah, lead and copper. Interesting. Oh, it's treating me well. Let's actually, can I see what all materials I can make with that? So we got lead solder ingots. We got bits. That's lead solder. Let's see if we take it from this thing. Yeah, so we got the galvanite or whatever. So I'm hoping with this I could see, so that's lead ingots. I do wish for like the more exotic metals that you could more easily see. Oh, there we go. It does actually show it. Okay, that's no problem. Okay, so literally it's just for the copper combination and the solder, or just using as lead. So not super exciting. Oh, I'm gonna need to go up here and grab you. We can put you back. I can grab the bones and chuck them in one of these boxes right now. Alright. So basically I figured while we were waiting, I'd get another round of bronze ingots made. I'm only gonna be able to make 2 more, and then we're out of zinc. The spellrite or whatever it is. And the spellrite. Yeah, we got a bunch over here is where we had the ultra high rate of it. I got a bunch scattered all over the place down there. That's fine. Let's see, the first ever temporal story we faced was a heavy one, and there were 9 players. It took you 15 minutes afterwards to work out who had what gear and items. I've mostly not had too much of a problem with it because I've been kind of just, anytime it shows up, I just duck in the house. Granted, they can spawn in here, which I find pretty obnoxious. I get the idea is that's supposed to be like the threat or whatever. But again, play, counterplay kind of nonsense. Okay, drop your charcoal there. We got our stairs. Hopefully it doesn't last too long. It scales with how many people there are. Gotcha. Makes sense. Okay, meanwhile we can go down here. You're still processing. Okay, so you did finish processing. So we've got our soaked bear hide. So now you can scrape the bear hide. At which point the next thing would be for preparing it using the weak tannin, which is that. So go drop you in there. So you're the next ones to go, so let's get you loaded up. And for you, I would need how much diluted borax? Alright, let's try this again. So we want the soaked. Okay, so it's going to be 8 diluted borax. So drop that in there. Grab our bucket. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Drop it in. So we got those in process. In hindsight, I could have tossed those in there with it as well and it would have been fine. It's whatever. Huge pelt. Right, and then we could boil it and everything. Alright, that's fine. Let me out. Okay. Get down here. Grab herself a bit more flour. I can make a ton of bread, just 1 stack. That is not how I want to do this. It's fine. You can drop that there. Right now, put you by the door. We got bread we can make. All right, maybe relying on the trapdoor won't work. Yeah, no, I think it's the snow on top is the problem. Is I think that snow is making it so it's technically slightly taller, and then I'm getting stuck on that like little lip. Alright, so you just gotta wait for the storm to let up. And then we'll run outside and start topping off the water again. Okay. And that spent a good chunk of our day being stuck in that storm, unfortunately. We should be on the last day of December as well. Sir, I'm gonna need you to vacate my basement. Yeah, just to run around there. Let's not eat a hit and die real quick. Okay, so it's over because their sanity's starting to pick back up. Alright. I do like that gradually the ice is just getting farther and farther out here. Like the neat effect. I'm waiting for that thing to disappear. Okay, go for a little bit more water. Okay. Alright. Wait, did that say sourdough? Oh, spelt dough. Yes, that's what you're making. Alright, so in just a minute we'll have that going. Then it's a matter of where our next destination is. Because I can go for more materials for making bronze. Oh, you know where we should go? Let me go after the birch for finishing the floor. And it might even be worth me, when I'm doing that... That's not what I wanted to do, it's what I did. Have you made the fruit press yet? No. I don't have fruit to press, though. But I do have the fat. I need the resin. So my thought is, we do know there is a place that's able to get resin down that way. So I could start just heading down that way. We can cut down some of the birch to get the stuff for finishing my floor. If we see pine, we can start running around the pine looking for places that we can get resin. If we see any critters that need to be dealt with, we can deal with some critters for food and all that. Oh yeah, no, and we got a big farm going on. All right, so you can put these staircases down. We can work on that. I got a ton of axes on me. Oh. Whenever the character puts his arm in front of his face, I get startled because there's just a thing covering my screen. Okay. So do we go south or west? Probably south. I can also pick up the maple trees for firewood. Oh, the arm going in your way? Yeah, no, probably it would be good. It very much does cause a momentary panic, being like, oh god, what's covering my screen? Especially with how much the bears and that like to sneak up on you. Okay, I thought I saw something moving way out there. Yeah, these are maple. They're not really what we're looking for. But the maple will give me basically firewood. I'll just cut down like the 1 or 2 maple right here to slowly clear out a little space around the path. Otherwise, we'll work our way farther south. See if we can't find birch. I'm really good on oak right now. So birch or so hard to... Yeah, it's maple. Yeah, it's birch I need for the floor. If we happen to see pine, we can try and watch for the resin on it. Oh, I put a slab down there. I see what happened. I was confused as to why I was positioning it like that. You know, stop there. Okay, well, I startled that animal before I had a chance to hunt it or anything like that. Okay, not much in the way of trees over here anywhere. Yeah, actually see what those are. I think they're boar. What I do see is more seeds. And we even get a free onion out of it. Oh, is it already going in the nighttime? Man, it feels like it's always nighttime in this game. I mean, I get it, we're in winter, the days are shorter and yada yada. It's like you want to go out and explore and you're like, oh, it's dark again. Pretty soon you could do a no map run. Nah, I messed with the Homo sapiens start off stream, which has a no map. For the style of game this is, I'm like, nah, man. This game is entirely too long in what you have to do. Those are birch leaves. I should have brought the shear things out here to pull up sticks and get the leaves to get stuff to plant. It won't help me now. It'll help me later. Yeah, no, I'd be okay with that, to have some type of process to actually get your map sections. Oh, you're right, I can use the knife to do that. We'll try and get some birch seeds if we can. Now I think about it, I think I've planted a bunch of birch seeds. I think we just have to wait till it's not winter so they start growing again. Okay, got more trees in the distance here. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Thank you for tuning in and hanging out and all that good stuff. I should have brought my prospecting stuff here. So you could be exploring and like prospecting every once in a while for later. Actually, I think... Okay, we're not too far off. We've got some stuff prospected just a little off. We're just vaguely heading in the direction of these trees. Okay. So we do have pine trees around here. Now it's a matter of if I can get lucky and find some that have oozing resin. Nope. Alright, no resin spot on that one. Okay, just cleaning it off enough that I can get a good look at the base of this tree. Oh yeah, no, that's the thing. I have a whole area set up with it. The berry bushes. Okay, so this one we're chopping down. This is what we're actually here for, is birch. Looks like you got a scattered amount of occasional trees down here. Okay, nope on you. And you're a birch tree, so go ahead and get that one. Alright. You found a mod that makes the resin give off particles like smoke. Handy for when it's looking just everything. Resin be on any height of the tree, by the way, not just the bottom. Yeah. I definitely don't want to climb the whole tree looking for a spot of resin, but you're probably not wrong that I should be. I'm honestly also half tempted, for purposes of making my search easier in the future, if we see a pine tree that doesn't seem to have resin right around here, I know I need a lot of firewood. Now I know not to check this tree again. Are there, like, tappers in the game? I don't believe so. I believe you just find a tree with, like, a leaky spot on it for the resin, and then you take it. Alright. Which then, you know, when you come back later, it will eventually repopulate. I don't feel like dealing with that. Because I also haven't fully cleared... I mean, we'll chop it down. Otherwise, I'll get into the habit of rechecking the same trees again and again and again. And I do need a lot more firewood. That's gonna be a problem in not too long. Okay, there's more birch. Is there a cooking mod that's really nice that adds spices, spiles, as well as tree sap? Oh, yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, so I'm not gonna bother chopping that one down. Keep getting these birch out of here. I'm vaguely just kind of moving in a south direction to hopefully not cross over the same trees a bunch of times. Okay. Okay, it's just spotty moss. Alright. Let's see, you'll sometimes leave a packed dirt block something on the tree to remind yourself you checked it for resin. Yeah, and that can make sense. Like, realistically, what I'm thinking all too is when I need to go for firewood, we're gonna devastate a pine forest. Not gonna worry about that one more. Now, I assume the pine can show up on any side of the tree, so, like, with this, if there's pine resin, could be on this side, but also not on this side, even though it's the same block. That's an actual question, by the way, not me speaking out loud. Basically, if I see the block, can I just be like, cool, we're clear? I'm assuming it's not that way, that it's on one of the, like, one of the sides. Because that's the way the moss and all that works. I wouldn't imagine it's any different. Yeah, it drips on just one side. Yeah. Oh, it's only on one side, but the tooltip is for the entire block. Interesting. I see, where I'm seeing the spotty moss layer on the other side. Okay, that's good to know. It saves me a little time searching, because then I could just run the moss. Oh, I see the resin. And was it this? Yeah. Oh, we got some resin. We are also slowly having our body temperature crash, which I love to see. Mark the tree. It's marked. I am running a mod that, like, when I find a resource, it'll just mark it for me. Like, so far as, like, I have to actually do something, like, interact with the block, so I can't just, like, run by and then look back and say, okay, where's the iron and all that. Do I already have you marked? I do not. Okay. Just sneak around back and just take their stuff. So I'm wondering... Okay, you have a treasure map for 12 gears. A bunch of random clothes and all that. You can sell all that stuff. Oh, he buys bread? Yep, he buys spelt bread. And he gives me a gear for 4, it looks like. He does sell candles, which would be helpful. Alright, so I am not warming up inside his vehicle, which is something I was kind of hoping would happen. So now I'm either trying to find a place I can hide underground to warm up, or just mad dashing home. Where are we relative to the road and everything? Oh man, we are way far away than I thought we were from home. Realistically, I gotta go and get myself underground to warm up. Build a warm campfire? I probably could take the time to do that. It actually makes a pretty good time if you just run. It's only when the terrain gets like really choppy. That's actually low-key one nice thing about the winter is all this ice out here. And let me run along the water's edge, or what was the water's edge, pretty quickly without too much of a problem. Well, I did get 1 resin. I think it was 2 resin I needed for the fruit press, and I already have one back home. We also got a bunch of birch, which is the whole thing we went out there. So I should be able to make a bunch more floor tiles. I don't seem to be getting colder than -6. And we're not taking damage or anything. Wait, what was that? Oh! Well, I guess it's the first time that mod's actually given me something I kind of didn't deserve. I didn't see that that was fire clay that I just hit under the snow, but it put the icon because I had hit the fire clay. In reality, I should be blissfully unaware that fire clay is there. I'm not gonna, like, care about it because I've already located 2 patches of fire clay on this run, so... You know, finding another one, it's like, sure, maybe way later that might matter, but yeah. Okay, there's my road. All right. I think I actually took damage from the cold there. Okay, I think I'm actually taking damage from the cold now. But, on the plus side, I am on my road that takes me straight home. Okay. What I can do here is that... Well, actually, we got a couple things. First, let's drop off the seeds. I will want to plant the birch in the morning. We can take the carrots and all that. We can plant them back here. Or not plant them, deposit them there. You are now a prepared hide. Alright, so we're not going to worry about that more. So I believe with the prepared hide... So I need... Prepared hide large is 10? Strong 10, I think it said. I'll grab 10.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Alright. And that'll turn into 3 leather. Okay, we drop you off. And the rest of it's all just fine doing its thing. And we are warming up. It's just taking time. So let's see here. So larch we're going to just make into firewood. Smash. The pine, firewood, smash. The birch, well actually, and the maple, firewood, smash. And then the maple, I want to make into, or not maple, the birch becomes planks. And start making our flooring situation. Okay. Let's start with 10 of those. I'll figure out how many I actually need. In the meantime, where's my other resin? Cool. Okay, so how much resin do I need to make the fruit press? So I need 2 resin, a fat, a bunch of planks, a chisel, a hammer, and a rod. I do not have a rod made. Just questioning to make sure... Okay, so it can be like a copper rod or whatever. Alright, so we'll definitely want to make a rod. Okay. Let's get our floor built. We can stack the firewood somewhere and all that. We can drop you there for right now. Alright. And then I think the next thing we'll need to do for making our place nicer is we talked about adding like the foundation of doing the whole thing where you cut around tiles to then fill in. We'll end up needing to do that. Alright, so we got that whole mess done. We can pop back up here. I want to make a better roof, so I'll either be getting more planks and all that. For other goodies. So let's go ahead and do this. Get yourself 16 more. All right. Right now you can sit there. And then this will be the last of the floor to deal with. Yeah, I'll leave it open. I was debating whether or not I wanted to fill in this area up here to make like a proper ceiling. But I think we'll end up putting the slate shingles there and we can worry about all that after that. Okay. So all in all, looking way better. This is going to be made into the same red stone. I'll probably bring it out a little farther too. And honestly, for that, we can pick up that firewood for the time being. We'll stack it all right there. And you're going to become firewood. There we go. Okay. Alright, so we got all that sorted out for the time being. Now I'll probably light up the whole room so I don't need that anymore. Maybe, maybe not. That might not be bright enough. That's fine. We can deal with that later. But yeah, so we got a good start. The roof doesn't look that good on it, but we'll get that sorted. Eventually we'll obviously want windows. But I'm going to need to get the thing where we can make windows. Our blacksmith is looking a little bit better. And go ahead and grab you. We can go over to this box where we got all the planks, chuck those in there. We can chuck the sticks in there for now. I've got those to plant outside, that to plant outside. So the next thing to figure out is for making this thing, I need... Words are hard, chat. I need the rod. So for the rod, it can be copper, bronze, or whatever. I think I'll grab one of my copper ingots right now. I'm just gonna make the one. Let's see if I can get by with just like 2 in there. So we don't waste more fuel than we need. Alright, I will need to grab the, not that one, grab the hammer, grab this thing, put it on my hand. I just realized we're basically at the very edge of starvation and I don't have more bread made. So we'll let that heat up for a minute. Yeah, I don't have really enough to make a decent stew. So let's go here. We'll drop 20 in our inventory. Got the lump of fat. Okay, that's still heating up. Alright, yeah, so we'll make the rod for the fruit press. I'll need, I think, another fat? And then we can make the fruit press. That way when we get back to spring and it's berry time, I can turn those berries into something that lasts a little bit longer than 2 to 4 days. And then I do know for the area immediately around where I've been planting all this stuff, I do want to go through... that's the rod, yep. I do want to go through and take where we've got our berries set up right now and kind of put them out farther out where I can have these nice rows that are easier to walk through and they don't make it impossible for me to see what I'm doing around here. Right now I'm just going to toss the rod in there. So let's see what we only use a rod for: a lightning rod, copper bits, and this. So you need... Oh, actually I already have everything. Alright, well, let's just go ahead and build it. I probably shouldn't be. I should probably make sure I'm taking care of myself. Let's go downstairs, get the fat. Let's grab the resin. Go over here, grab a stack of the planks. Okay, so for making this, I need the chisel as well. Okay, so it was chisel, hammer, rod, planks. I didn't see how many, so we'll just dump a bunch. Resin and fat. What's wrong? Is it you two? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Put you back up there. You back up there. You back up there, and actually move you down there. Alright, so we now have... the fruit press. Alright, very last learning, you have a good one. We can drop the planks in there. Okay, so now I need to go upstairs and get our bread going, because otherwise I'm going to starve to death. Because our character's about to let us know that they're hungry. In the only way they know. Okay. There it is. Toot emo when. It's just a little of suffering. And grab you. Alright. Hey Treacle, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Treacle, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a lot of RimWorld. Definitely a good time over there. Definitely someone we're checking out. Okay, come on. Come on. Around pretty close to 300C that finishes. There you go. Yes, definitely go check out Treacle. Plays a lot of RimWorld, a lot of good times over there. Highly, highly, highly recommend. So, you know, do that thing. You know, honestly... let's go check in our bread. We definitely don't want to burn it. Okay. It's good. You just went about to embrace on your walkies? Yeah, now you got to do that. Look over your lowest weight so far? Gotcha. And you've not missed a day since you started. You are better than 90+% of people when it comes to any type of fitness thing. It is really a challenge to stick with it. Okay, have a birch tree. Yeah, birch tree. We got our cranberry bushes here. Are you moving your farm? So I'm probably going to move the berry stuff. That is something I have been very much considering for a long time. And this is probably the time to do it before we get back into spring and they all start growing in again. Because I want to get it away from that side of my place. I can make that into my actual farm, like spelt and all that down there. But I mistook that we would potentially need water for the berries, and that's just not true. Oh, I can also drop you here. Yeah, let's actually do this. Okay, so I've got these areas all tucked down here. Because I also don't want it to make it the solid block like I've been doing. That solid block was definitely a bad time. So I want to make rows with a gap in between. Because I'm also going to have a much, much bigger area we can harvest for other crops later. Or just because, like, number of seeds on it. Alright, let's grab you. Alright, come on. Because I can also go now where I could take the time to make sure I put the same plants together. And hopefully ensure that we kind of have them all going at the same time. So, like, I can wait to harvest the blueberries till I notice they're, like, all kind of done. And then just do one big binger of a harvest on them. Yeah, actually, I might even pull up those ones there I just planted. And I might approach it where I go to the crossroads and, like, this corner is one thing, that corner is the next thing, so I can just keep spreading out wider and wider. Now, granted, I do have the orchard I had kind of planned on the one side. Alright. I should also look into what it takes to make a greenhouse. I know it has to have a transparent ceiling, because that's what we read in the thing. And all that. Because it would be potentially worth my time to... if we're going to make this a farm. We can potentially plan for it to be a greenhouse-style farm right from the get-go. So as I lay it out for it to be a greenhouse. Yeah, so you can see where I was making the water run through here and all that earlier when I first started because I just didn't know any better. Seven by 7 by 7, insulated and 70% see-through roof. Pretty sure we can check this and go. Greenhouses. Once you have obtained glass, you can make a greenhouse to extend your growing season. Any farmland, fruit tree, or berry bush inside a greenhouse will receive a 5+ degree temperature boost. The maximum interior volume of a singular greenhouse is 14 by 14 by 14 blocks. The roof of the ground greenhouse must be at least 50% glass, full block, or slab. Can also be chiseled glass as long as one side is solid. The walls can be of any material and can be shared between greenhouses. If you use greenhouse slabs or roof walls, the base must be flush, side matching sides and oriented inward. Hey, Salford Sal! Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream and all that? What were we playing tonight and all that good stuff? Can I get a shout out for Salford Sal, by the way? For those who do not know Salford Sal, absolutely fantastic content creator. Playing some Going Medieval today. But plays a whole range of, like, you know, colony builders, all that kind of stuff. So, like, Auction Not Included, Going Medieval, Timberborn. You get the idea. Definitely good times. Grandma Sal's Pip Witches raid? Absolutely. Quite the connoisseur of Pip Witches. Sounds like am not. No. Slander. Lies. Clear quartz, kind of rarish. With sticks, we'll cut with a saw. We'll give you double slabs. Stretch farther. It's kind of cloudy, but for ceiling, who cares? Oh, yeah. But yeah, so welcome in, Raiders. For those who don't know me, I am Rual Storge. We play a variety of games here on Twitch, and right now we are playing some Vintage Story. For those unfamiliar with the game, it's basically way back there was a Minecraft mod, and they were like, we want to do more, but, you know, Minecraft itself, like, the engine's kind of holding us back. We're having to, like, fight with the, with Minecraft to make it work. So they made their own standalone game, but it is like if you went to play Minecraft, except it was sweaty and try hard. I have concluded my description of the entire game. But with the reality of pretty much what happens is the game's crafting is far more involved. So if you think of Minecraft, you take 2 stick, you put 3 stone, congratulations, pickaxe. You can have it done in literally like 5 minutes. This game, just getting to your first pickaxe, you're going to be collecting, you know, your sticks and all that stuff per the normal, no big deal. You're going to need to get some flint or stone, and you're going to need to nap that into a blade for axes and all that to cut stuff, because you're going to need firewood. And you're going to need a whole lot of firewood that you can then bury under the ground and set on fire and cover to make charcoal. You're also going to need to go out and discover copper on the surface of the planet, which is far more of a substantial thing. Bring that all back. You're going to need to collect clay to then make your little thing for putting all your clay in. You're going to need to bury that in the ground, cover it with dried grass, do all that stuff to, you know, cure it into a ceramic, and then use that for melting down your copper in. You're also going to need the clay to make your mold for your pickaxe head to then pour that all in. You're going to have to take all that charcoal. You get the idea. That's just for making your basic copper pickaxe. We got our little orchard started here. But it's really kind of interesting in that regard, because it's just every little thing is a whole process. Okay, so what I'm thinking is, instead of before, we're just going to go over there. So this area over here, we're going to make that our orchard. That'll keep expanding to be our orchard. And I'm thinking we have what? 4 types of currant, cranberries. Oh wait, let's see, red, currant, white. So we have 3 types of currant, cranberries, and blueberries. I'm gonna regret this so much. Where he said I was gonna make them into nice clean rows, I'm a liar, because that is a lot of berry bushes. Dave visited. Oh, is there like an enemy that people call Dave? Alright, so what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna work on getting this set up. I'm gonna get all this currant planted. And I want to do this while we're in winter since it's not doing anything right now. It's a good time for me to rearrange any of this stuff because I'm not losing precious grow time. If you haven't seen it, you'll not say. Yeah, like I said, my comment was more, is Dave like a special enemy? Is I guess what I'll say. You don't need to give me any details that spoil that. You don't like to make currents too high. I have been having problems seeing enemies through the currents and all that. It's fine. I wonder. So let's actually take a look at this. We could try it and see how it is. And if it's awful, we can deal with it then. If I do them too high, though, I'm putting a gap in between. That way I can navigate between them and not just get lost in the sea of current. It saves space. Yeah, but I'm going to want to make it so I can see over them kind of thing. Or not over them, be able to see it all. It'll probably make it look better from, like, a farmland perspective to have it be too high with the gap. Like, I like to watch Lurky Vintage Story, but the game at the moment is too relaxing, so brain is starting to go into power save mode. You're at work, no option to nap. I know how that goes. Okay, so more red current. Alright, so let's get another row of these going. Okay, so now we've got black currant is the one I've got the most of. So if we end up, yeah, we'll do 3 rows. We'll do 3 rows of each. And we could just continuously extend these rows farther and farther and farther into the horizon as needed. I should have made shovels. Hedge mazes? I could see that being fun. Alright, so I'm just gonna go... So I can go back, grab my flint, make a shovel, and do all that. That's fine. I could see having fun with that, making like a hedge maze or whatever. That said, the player could just walk through it, so it almost like the player would have to be very careful to not accidentally cheat. Yeah, so right now I'm just gonna get this carved up to where the other one meets. Because then I can also fill in that gap down below it. Because then that should be enough to take care of the current here. Yeah, I think I'll do 3 rows of each between the currant, the cranberries, and the blueberries. Yeah, that's perfect. I'll also probably need to trim these later. Make visibility a little bit better. Okay, so then the plan will be, that'll be the one, and then this would be our white currant. And for this to be easier in the future, there's where the 3 rows of white currant will go. I'm going to go ahead and take one of these black currant down real fast. So those will be our 3 rows of black currant. So we got a red currant, our black currant, our white currant. Okay, and then next up will be the cranberries and the blueberries. We'll go with the cranberries next because they're going to be the more obnoxious ones to deal with. So there's its 3 rows. And then after that would be the blueberries. And there's the blueberries 3 rows. I have like no blueberries. Okay, so realistically, to do the cranberries, I'm probably going to want to deal with a bunch of our stuff. I also think I'm going to take a box and just start chucking those ferns in them. The ferns don't really have much utility use or anything like that as far as I've been able to find. They're just pretty plants. Oh, that's right. We moved it. There you go. Drop all that in there. Okay. Drop you in here. Drop you in there. I've got bread for eating. Okay, but let's make ourselves a bunch of shovels. Oh, I actually do have a copper shovel. I thought I'd already used it up. Alright, so let's get these cranberries rows going. Alright. So you're going to be carving into a big old hill here. I'm okay with that. Basically just making dedicated farmland here. Well, for the berries. Okay. Yeah, with how many cranberry plants you have, this is going to be some work. But it's work I have to only do one time. And I've been putting off for a long time. And eventually we'll get to the point where we'll start seeing stone here. And that's it, I have to break a pickaxe out to deal with it. Yeah, so focus on the greenhouse for stuff like the spelt, flax, rye. Because these are just big plants. Or lots of them. So I think making a greenhouse for all of our berries would be pretty tough. I could see over time, if you're just playing really, really long term, you could certainly take the time to make a bunch of that. Okay. At the moment, I'm just kind of lining them up where the other ones left off, but I'm expecting the cranberries I'll probably have to go farther. Oh, I apparently had a birch sapling up there. Okay, and this will put it even with all of the currants. And then we can figure out how we're doing from there. I'm really kind of looking forward to the orchard more than anything. The orchard's been a lot more of a process to set up. And you kind of have to just wait for a while for it to finally grow in. Yeah, so if we want to go any farther than we've already opened up there. Wait, what are you? Oh, it's just medium fertility soil. That looks weird. Okay, so I still have 27. What I might even do... I might even let the cram... Well, actually, no, we had the blueberries next, didn't we? Yeah, at that point, we're way up to the house. Alright, that's fine. Yeah, we're gonna run to a limit on... the fact that now we're starting to see the stone, and we have to mine that. And then put some dirt in place of the stone. How are you doing inventory space? We're doing good. Okay, so what we can do here is let's first grab the sapling. You can just go there for right now. Alright, let's run down here. We could drop off what we've got for the dirt right now. I'll go and grab one of my pickaxes. Alright. Oh, right, I got a whole stack of them here. So I got one regular, like, copper pickaxe, I think that was? Yeah, so grab the copper pickaxe. We can use that here. I'm gonna keep this all going. I'm not going to worry about the between the rows, as far as the ground goes, because that means we don't have to worry about our stuff growing in there, so it kind of helps. Oh, right, it's gonna make shovels. Let's use our flint, make some shovels. Actually, I already have shovel heads. Okay, so we got that spare. Chuck you in there. Okay. Because then this will be another project that I'll have all sorted. And a lot of the rest of this area over here will end up probably flattening for farmland and our stuff down the road. And I don't think we'll cut all the way over here. I'm sure we will want to expand it for the red currant later. Let's see, what mods are you using right now? So the mods I'm using right now, as you probably notice, there's a couple little like UI things. Like on the top left, I've got how bright the area is and what depth I'm at. I do not have the mod command updated for this game, unfortunately. But I am running the map mods, or sorry, the not map mods, map like marker thing, which just means if I go up and, you know, I see a piece of quartz and I hit my pickaxe against the quartz, it'll put a marker on the map being like, oh yeah, you found quartz there. So I've got that one. And then I also have Napster. And what Napster does is when it comes to napping, instead of having to click on each and every individual square, it lets me just kind of hold my mouse button over it and, you know, keep holding the button. So it still takes the same time, but it saves my poor little fingers from having to sit there and be like, click, move slightly, click, move slightly, click, move slightly for hours and hours. Alright. I keep working on all this. Just carving in the side of a mountain. Well, hill, really. You have a well-curated mod list. Sadly, some of the mods still needs to be fixing after the latest update. Yep. That is, not an unusual thing. There's always, the game gets an update, there's a little bit of time for mods to catch up. Alright. One nice thing is this will probably end up looking really nice when we hit, spring and it's not all white everywhere you look. I suspect it'll look at anything. Now using soil instability. I mean, I have whatever the default was. Keep in mind, when I started this, literally just began the game. So I just used whatever the default settings were. We've made a couple of changes over time now, but nothing. So you're like, why aren't you using insert not base setting? Look, man, I literally hit go on the very default settings because brand new to the game. This is our very first time playing through. But on my offline save, I started messing with. I do have like cave-ins and all that turned on, and it gets pretty wild. You love cave-ins, you hate dirt instability? Yeah. No, I have found, like, with the dirt instability, you just run along hills and all that, and they just collapse around you, and you're like, come on, man. So you run on a hill and you just slide down the side of it because it keeps collapsing under your feet. Alright. Okay, so I'll need to go 3 farther. That should be enough to get the last of these planted. Yeah, no, packed dirt does not move, because that's, on our save, that's what I used to make my charcoal furnace. Because I just made a big hole with packed dirt. Okay. Have you messed around with the clay much? I've done... I mean, we're well past clay stage. Like, we could still do more with clay. But, you know, I made, like, my pottery, and I made the molds, and we're all that. We're at the stage, like, I've got bronze. And clay is a necessity to get most of that stuff done. Have you made a kiln? I made a pit kiln. I haven't made, like, the honeycomb kiln or whatever it's called. Basically, I made the hole you bury all the stuff on and you light it on fire. We've seen a few people clips running over sand or gravel with cave-ins turned on and the ground just drops under them. Yeah. Alright, so we can just finish this last spot here. And that'll be all our berries planted. Okay. Yeah, no, I've seen some wild terrain nonsense happen. That is one thing I remember from like the Minecraft. Like I don't know about nowadays, but back when I played that way back, it was kind of just a weird known thing that the farther you got out from spawn, the more cursed a lot of the world gen would start to get. So you get like all sorts of weird broken floating islands and nonsense happening. Alright, so with that, I've got all the berry bushes moved. Actually, I don't think that's true. Let me double check. I think I might have a line of them over here I may have missed. No, it looks like I got them. Okay, so I thought I had missed the ones way over here on the edge, but it looks like I did get them. Cool. So drop all you in there. Go over here. Drop you in there. For greenhouses, do you need glass walls or just a ceiling? Just a ceiling from what we read. Weird floating island odds, it still happens in Minecraft. Yeah, that didn't surprise me. So I've got those. Let's go in here, grab the low fertility soil if we have any. I have one. There we go. So you're still trucking away. So we got 2 soaked hides. Let's see here. So we got a raw hide there. Grab that one. And for soaking you, I need 10 liters of that. That's nice and easy because we go boom. Fill it up, and that's more leather getting done. Get flexed on chat. And thank you, Leafy Pew, for the Gigantify. I appreciate that. Alright, so we got that one, scraped medium one. So we got the rawhide there, those are all scraped. The huge pelt. The huge pelt I would use, it's cured. There was something I could make with that I was looking to do. Knee-high fur boots. Oh, right. I didn't have fur boots. That's right. Our character is like literally wearing peasant shoes. So I can make those into some peasant shoes or some fur boots. And they'll help us a little bit with insulation. I made the comment a bunch of times earlier. It's like, man, I know I had set up where I could get some more stuff. Alright, so let's go over here. So that should warm us up a little bit more. Okay, so getting a little low on the diluted borax. We're still processing all our leather. Okay. The fur boots will help you keep warm out in snow. Yes. So the next big question of what am I working on now? We got our plants replanted. We did get our fruit press for when it's time to do that. This is where our farms have been. We're going to want to rearrange all that. So the farm can apparently be 14 by 14 from what I saw. Oh, that's also interesting. So the fertilizer in our soil got really low. Like, some of it was pretty close to bottomed out. And a lot of it seems to have recovered a decent amount. I didn't realize the fertility of the soil just, like, self-regenerated. Okay, so you're still low. Your nitrogen is still crap. Ah, that's because you still have crops planted in you that are dead. Digging fields to follow is a time-honored tradition. So yeah, so it sounds like what you'd end up doing is you'd end up keeping more fields than you need, but, you know, you wouldn't use them all at any given time. You'd let a couple recover and all that. Oh, wait. I totally missed that they have a required... Oh, weird. So apparently the crops in this game have a required seed or a required fertilizer type. So I'm guessing you can crop rotation as well? Interesting. Oh, and people are kind of confirming that same thing, is that we can do crop rotations. Yeah, because that's, you know, obviously legitimately a thing that farmers do, is crop rotation. Alright. The thing I still haven't figured out is how we move water blocks. I thought the bucket was going to do it. I'm still convinced the bucket is how you do it. I just haven't figured it out. Let's get back up here. Hey, 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 hey. No trespass. Alright, well... right now... let's see... let me quickly switch it. Bucket does it only if the settings turned on. Vintage Story is a game full of, it would be cool if you could do this since you can in real life, and the feature's actually in the game. Was that a question? Because you could tell how to place water, assuming the default settings. I didn't change the default settings. I have tried to move it with the bucket, because like I got a bucket of water right here. Yeah, because I see transfer liquid to and from container, pick up, that kind of thing. Wifey. I love you more. Okay, you sleep well. Never. Yeah. I can't stay handsome. Oh, place on ground? That's to place the bucket on ground. Oh, shift? Oh, interesting. That's good. Okay, we're not gonna go. I'm gonna probably move that around, but that's good to know, because with that, then what I can do is get my way down here. And we can potentially make like a well or something in here. Let's see, with this you could make channels let's see, and with this you could make channels for the looks, or just one in the middle for a 3x3 farm. Yeah. The hole just needed to be edged. So I could see like making like a little well in here. Honestly, realistically, I'll probably move all my leather working out of this room. But I could see making a well. You disable that feature in your game, then use furrowed land instead. Yeah, no, I could definitely see now going down there and like making myself like a little well inside the base for like refilling stuff to make it a little less obnoxious. I'm not gonna worry about that right now because I haven't figured out where I want to put it. Okay, so we're hitting daytime again. We're not gonna be growing. Make a leather room? Yeah, no, that's what's gonna end up needing to happen. But I'm gonna need more brick and all that. I can do this, that won't affect hunger. Alright. This game seems to be designed well for multiplayer. How many people are on your server? There's not really a server I'm on, and one. I tend to play most of my games solo. Not that I never multiplayer, but it's usually I have a preference for solo play for games. Every once in a very long while, we'll do like a community server or something like we did Farm Sim and Factorio, I believe. No, did we do Factorio? I know we did Farm Sim. And every once in a while I'll collab with other creators I know I can trust. Because it's one of those things that, as a content creator, you have to worry about who you let on your stream, because, you know, if someone hops in and they start going on a racist tirade, my channel can get suspended even though I'm not the one saying it. Like, so I have to do a lot more caution with moderation when it comes to multiplayer servers. Hey, Damsel, how was your stream? I believe you were playing Oxygen Not Included, right? But go ahead, and for everyone who likes Oxygen Not Included, you can find that over there with Damsel. Bunch of good stuff. It was Oxygen Not Included. I thought so. I was second guessing myself, but I remember seeing you live, I believe, before stream. Trying out the dino things? Nice. So how is the chlorine going? Asking for a friend. Oh, love it. Will you see a few streamers do this multiplayer? The brain struggles to comprehend single player to this. Free food feels like? Gotcha. Yeah, no, it's there's definitely things that I won't spoil. There's definitely things that make it much harder, and there's definitely things that make it much easier than the base one. So it's getting cold enough that we are freezing. Oh wait, it was 15-day seasons, not 7. Or 15-day months, whatever the default was. I genuinely don't remember. Oh, you're pretty deep in now? Gotcha, cool. Oh, 840 cycles? Yeah, you are in it. 840 cycles is super late. Default is 9. Okay, so this is our last day of December. Unfortunately, I assume it's going to be kind of like real life on how long the seasons are. And in real life, your seasons, like winter, depending on where you're at in the world, because obviously longitude, latitude, all that matter. But generally speaking, when it comes to your winter and all that, it'll be sometime in like late April, early March is when you officially kick over to spring, sometimes as far as May, like really early May. Let's see, so we gotta warm up a little bit, so we can drop you over there as well. Okay, so we got ourselves some stuff for healing. You can't play unless it's 30-day months. So we got the Prospector's pick. I'm going to bring that with us. Get this rope out of our inventory. Okay, so we got our spare picks that are bronze. And our bronze, one of those, I got a flint axe. Let's leave the flint axe there. I'll bring the one with me. I don't kind of want to build the road right this second, I don't think. Well, no, that's probably okay. Oh, we're still cold. Tons of actions. I guess multiplayer would be one of those with friends. Yeah, no, that's the same problem. Like, it's the same thing we ran into with like Farming Simulator. If you leave the seasons on in Farming Simulator, when the seasons change, it'd be a whole thing that you'll come back and all your crops will be rotten, which is a pretty big deal in that game. Yeah, so we didn't bundle up as much as we probably should have. We are improving. Like, we could have gotten a scarf, but it'll make winter not as bad. It's just taking a while to warm up. We could definitely make a fire and chill by it. Get back outside, I don't care. Okay. Grab you, and you. It'll start building our bridge more this way, because I remember one of the directions I had run out of stairs, which is why I built a ridiculous number of them. We're looking to work on our road. And do we get this side? That's fine. And then this is where we start like a sky bridge thing, because there's all of that. I'm going to drop it back down to a lower height now, which will be a little bit of a thing. That's what I was worried about. It's not really a good way for me to do that. It's whatever. Never mind. We were not going to go down to a normal height. But I'm just basically making these roads so as I go to move around the map and go in any of the cardinal directions, have the faster run speed, all that stuff. Yeah, no, I thought about going down there. I'm like, man, it's one set of stairs. It's dirt and stone. That'll be really, really easy to make it happen. Yeah, so the idea is, like, I've got a bunch of these. This is the only one that became kind of a sky bridge. All the other ones follow the terrain. It's just I was looking at these mountains where they're going up and down very steeply, and I'm like, oh, wait. Just marking our spot with quartz. That's another thing I could do. There is quartz underneath my base. I can work on getting the charcoal pit built, because I think that can be 11 by 11 by 11? So I can make that down below the base all sorted while it's too cold for me to be out here. Okay, so let's check. So is charcoal burning. 11 by 11 by 11. Okay. So let's drop that one piece of quartz we picked up. I'll end up needing to make bread today as well. All right. The big thing is actually filling these things up with materials is a whole big thing. So I'm using the copper pick as much as I can on the not quartz. The way, you know, use it up. Because the quartz I require the bronze one. I do have the bronze one on me. Let's actually go ahead and put a bronze one on the bar. But I'm just going to basically make this as big as it can be. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. So it's as far as it can go in one direction. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Let's see, 11 by 11 by 11 times 32 firewood per tile divided by 4. That's 10,008 or 684 logs. Okay, I know it's supposed to be a lot. That feels like something's wrong with the math. Yeah, we won't go with the full depth, I think. And plus, what I can always do is just toss some packed dirt in here to artificially make it smaller so I can have the big open space if I should ever decide to do it. But otherwise, I can resize it as needed by just shoving packed dirt in there. It's also something to work on while we're too cold to keep going outside, because we're slowly warming up down here. Plus, we're like right smack on a quartz vein, so... getting all this quartz that I can't really use yet. Alright. Yeah, so 10,648 logs. So let's see. So it was 1 log gets you 4 wood. So then we would need to do the math of how many logs, or sorry, how many, so it's 32 divided by 4. I mean, it is 11 by 11 by 11. We can math this real fast. So calculator, so it'll be 11 times 11. Oh no, 11 times 32. Yeah, no, that's how much that is. Gross. That is an accurate number. I didn't think about the fact that because it's cubed, I was like, oh wait, that's right. It's it's multiplicative in the sense that, you know, if you're having 2 by 2, you have 4. If you also go too deep, it's suddenly 8. So it does scale up rapidly. Yeah, so I was trying to think. The 32 divided by 4. That's 6. No. 8. That basically means 8 logs per block of firewood, I think. And then the trees vary wildly, but yeah, that's a heckin' lot of firewood. Yeah, so I'm just gonna make like 11 by 11 2 deep, and we can just shape it using the packed dirt. I just figured we got this quartz here. This can actually be a project I could work on as needed. We'll finish this row. A lot of axes too. Yes. I'll finish this row, we'll go back outside and we'll work some more until we get too cold, then we'll come back in here and work on this. And this will be our we're warming up thing. Yeah, because that's the first thing. It's like, oh yeah, I'll just make like the whole big area. And then, you know, as needed. But it's like, oh wait. That said, I imagine if you do fill in the whole 11 by 11 by 11, completely up with wood except the one tile that needs to be, your fire. I do imagine that situation. You probably do that once, and then charcoal is just not a thing you worry about for an extremely long time. Let's check. So we have quartz chunks. So with the quartz chunks, we can make glass if we create a bloomery. So I want to look at what we need to do for a bloomery. We can also check the clear quartz, which also makes glass. Oh, so I can just use the clear quartz directly to make our lanterns. The big thing is I need candles, and then candles were beeswax, I believe was the thing I needed. Yeah, so quartz chunk I can't make directly into a lab, but the clear quartz I can. Yeah, so it looks like I'd want to use that for this. But candles, I can use wax and wax alone. Clear quartz can make quartz glass as well, no smelting. Ah, I see. So you can effectively... Okay. Okay, so literally that would let me start making a greenhouse right this second. Okay. And the only two uses for it are that and that. And the lantern... So the catch with the lantern is the lantern seems to only accept clear quartz. Let's double check that with the other lanterns. That's the junk one. Yes, yeah, so that's clear quartz. Plain glass slab. Which I can make out of anything. Okay. Alright, so yeah, yeah, that's fine. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, so that would let me start making the greenhouses. So that's 26 tiles. Oh, I didn't even realize you could pan the bony soil. I actually have some bony soil here that it didn't seem to have any meaningful use that I saw, and I was like, I don't know what to do with this. Yeah, panning's fine by me. I wouldn't want to do large volumes of panning. But just panning in a general thing, that's fine. Oh, okay, we're getting cool stuff out of this. I didn't even realize you could pan this. And I don't think I would have figured that out on my own without seeing someone else do it, or a guide, or having someone say something, or anything like that. Okay, so we did get a rough emerald out of it. And a bunch of chert stone, it looks like. Okay, so we didn't get anything too exciting out of it. We got an emerald. What's the emerald good for? I can put it in a display container or put it on shelves. Okay. There's your emerald. Drop those in there. Oh, that's not the right place. We'll deal with the chert later. Okay, so first of all, food. I'm gonna try my luck, and instead of just going and grabbing a bunch of bread right now, let's see if we can't find a critter to kill real fast to come back and cook. I need to add some type of well, actually, no, with the current there, that could be my marker. Okay, so we're looking for bears, wolves, deers. If it's alive and moves, it's not me. Do I actually have arrows? 16. No, 15. Oh, it's just weird terrain. Okay. And we get to the point of nearly starving, we just run back and start making our bread. Just worried about running out of bread. Before the season's over. Okay. Grab our arrows. think it fell in the water. Wish you would freak out a little less so it's easier to line up my shots. Okay, well we found lead. I'm already losing too many arrows. Where did you go? Oh. Oh! I didn't realize! I didn't realize! Oh, jeez. Okay. The white-tailed deer had had enough of my garbage. I understand. Okay, so let's see if we can't recover that arrow that was over here. Not seeing it. It was a good shot to the head, though, on that other one. Alright, well, I mean, we got a deer. That's good enough for right now. That is 7 meat. So let's get home and start cooking that, because we are getting a wee bit super duper peckish. On the plus side, it was much easier to make the deer dead when it was just trying to gore me with its horns, as opposed to, well, not horns, antlers. When it's trying to gore me with its antlers versus me having to, like, chase it around. And it did only get one hit in, which is surprising because it was on top of me for most of it. Alright, so let's cook our dinner. Surprisingly not getting too cold today. Must have been like a windy day or something like that yesterday in game. Oh, it's just starvation. Get over it. And we can go over here. That'll be way more than I need, but that's fine. Gotta start somewhere. Okay, so while that cooks, we do have some raw hides and all that we could chuck down here. Okay, so you're still processing. You're still processing. Oh, we've got some fat. We've got the antlers. Wait, oh, the antlers make bone meal. That's right. So we can toss the antlers and bones in there. Oh, that was red meat. I can do more with red meat. Hang on. Before you get too far. What else can I do with red meat? So we can cook it. I can make that into stew. Give me those back. Don't do that. That's a waste. We'll eat the one I already cooked to stop the starvation. And instead, I'm gonna make ourselves some stew. And in the meantime, grab one of you. And I did see that we can make shelves. Let's see what it takes to make a shelf. Okay, so shelves. The reason I'd like shelves that I'm expecting... That's a seat. It's a hen box? Okay, the hen box is just grass. That'll be easy enough when we have hens as a possibility. There we go, shelves. So let's see how those work out. So I've got the larch and the birch. Because I'm kind of hoping that I can grab these. I had really hoped I was going to be able to put those on that. Let's grab you and move you over. That should help with lighting this area. I will probably want to make a table. Okay. Because we had an enemy spawn in here earlier, so it's telling me that it's not well lit enough. So we're going to go over here. I will put the shelves up there right now. Try putting this there. And do that. Give me that torch back. So can I put these on that shelf? Yes. We'll slowly get the junk off the floor. Okay, meanwhile, I still have another one of these lights to spare, which is good news. So for right now, maybe I'll make another, here, let's grab the soup. Alright, so I got 3 helpings of soup. And that's spent. Give me my wood back. Alright, so let's hop back down here. Can I make... What can I make so far as something? I could make wooden fence. And put a unit of wooden fence and put the light on the wooden fence, I'm guessing. We could try that out. So let's go here and go boom boom. I just realized I don't have enough sticks. There we go. Alright, so let's try putting a wooden fence here on the corner. Let me up. I made a gate. Alright, let's try that again without failing. Wooden fence. Okay, so where was that gate we saw? So there's the gate. So the fence itself. Alright, cool. So I need 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's boom, boom. And like that. It gives me 8. Okay, so I can put it there. Sure, why not? Let's make a second one. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright. So that gives me a little bit of light outside. You can take the last one and chuck it in here. Cool. So I got a bunch of light in here and all that. We got all that going. What else do we want to deal with right now? Oh, we can drop off that piece of lead. I don't need that. We'll drop off the pan. I don't need that right now. Alright. And this is all sorted in here. So I got some decent food there. So, greenhouse, let's look at this again. So with the greenhouse, I also noticed we actually found the material for green glass. I'm imagining that would actually have worked as well for the ceiling of the greenhouse. And I'm contemplating whether or not... So it just smelts into it. So it literally just smelts into green glass. Yeah, so we grab the chunks, we smash it into that, and I guess it just like straight up becomes green glass, and that's like its only use is to being green glass. Oh, or to be used in making our refractory bricks, but I already have lots of source of that. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so we'll, let's go and see what it'd take for all that. So let's go back to the greenhouses. So greenhouses can be 14 by 14, which is pretty big. So if we go 3 by 3, and we would grow stuff in there, that'd be 9 tile, or sorry, it'd be 3 by 3 per set. So I could effectively go and do like 3 sets. So like do 3 by 3 of 3 by 3 with a one tile gap in between. Let's go big. Let's go unreasonably big. Alright, but the question is, what do I want to make the walls look like? I will need a door. We've got the large door. Oh, actually, that birch door won't be too bad. Let's see how the birch door will look on this building. Versus, I believe we have a larch door. And the problem is, it's hard to see compared to the rest of it. Let's try switching it with a birch door to make it a little darker, then maybe use a larch door in the greenhouse. Yeah, I think that looks good. And then that gives us a large door for the greenhouse. But then the real question is for the greenhouse, I think we'll put it over here. And we'll just work on, like, where there's the ice there. We can just work on getting that sorted. Get you out of the way. You don't serve a purpose here anymore. Okay, and I don't need to make it super tall. Oh, hey. But what I do need to figure out is what I want to make the walls out of. Because the ceiling is obviously going to be glass. And I also realize it's not going to be the full size because I've only got 26 tiles to work with. And that's what we're going to be doing for now. Actually, we can get more than 26 tiles. It's nighttime. I don't think better to do. Let's go down in a hole. And I know where I can find tons and tons and tons of quartz. So if I don't get what I want out of this, pretty sure we can make it whatever happen that I need. Okay. Yeah, because it was 11 by 11. That's a lot of quartz. Because what I have here is about 11 by 2. Or 5 by 4, or 5 by... Actually, be 5 by 5, and I'd have one spare tile. So not very big. It says you only need the roof to be made transparent? Yes. Only half the roof needs to be glass. Okay. So if that was the case, then I could do... Yeah, so if we could do 5 by 5, it means it could be 5 by 10. So honestly, if we could double the amount we have of the clear quartz, that would actually be enough to just about make the 11 by 11. I need a couple extra blocks. So if I took the time to actually mine this, the quartz out here, and then fill that in again to make this our charcoal pit, that'd probably give me enough clear quartz to do this. And then have some to spare. Okay. It's interesting to me how ridiculously large they let you make this thing. I was trying to think if I were to expand... I mean, I could just shove packed dirt in there. This is going to be a pit I'm going to dump wood in and then just torch it. I'll probably leave it alone. We'll just go with this, and what I'll do is I'll periodically just go and tear up a bunch of quartz. We'll see. All right. Yeah, so what we can do right now, I didn't get nearly enough. Let me grab a stack of dirt. Pack dirt. Oh, it was 6. Okay, I see. Are you making a basement? Yeah, so the area down here is going to ultimately be the charcoal pit, but there's a quartz area in it that I kind of actually do want to get the quartz out of it. So what is the end game of the goal? Survive as long as possible? You kind of work your way through, like, the different technology, like, advancements or whatever. So it's like, to my knowledge, there isn't some, like, final boss or anything like that. It's just, It's kind of like Minecraft before Ender Dragon or whatever. You just kind of make stuff, advance your technology, doing all that kind of thing. There is story progression in the game, but it isn't complete. Gotcha. Interesting. And I am deliberately leaving that one corner not done to kind of mark what is the maximum size that the charcoal pit can be. All right. Yeah, they actually expanded the store and lure content a few updates ago. Gotcha. The quartz just keeps going. It is a really big quartz node that just happened to be directly below our base. Which at the time I was like, oh yeah, let me move my charcoal pit over here before I did my last round of charcoal. And I dug like one tile down and hit the quartz. It's like, oh, never mind. You mean it's all quartz? Always was. Yeah. Alright. This is also good in the fact that it is slowly getting rid of that copper pickaxe doing something. This quartz I think cool. You need it for glass, which you need for a lot of things. Geologic, it's amazing how many things are variants of quartz. I know. So, as I was younger, I did lots and lots of rocks collecting. And so people always wanted to get you, you know, cool crystals or whatever for your collection. I had to finally be telling people, just don't give me quartz. I appreciate it. It's a cool looking crystal, but no, seriously. It is one of the most common things in the world. Please stop giving it to me. I don't need more. You know, and then they give you amethyst and you're like, alright, well, it's slightly better that you did that. Only slightly. Like, not in the ungrateful thing, it's kind of like, you know, someone realizes you have a snack you like, so everyone starts buying you that snack. You're like, wait, hang on. I like the snack and all, but this is too much. Okay. The entire story hinges around finding a certain type of trader and then using a dialogue option, so you think a lot of people miss it? Oh yeah, no, I absolutely would completely miss that. The things you're not a fan of is dye-coated treated crystals and rocks. The ones that are put into resin, like natural shapes, not carved skulls, etc. Oh yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Yeah, no, there's also like a lot of artificial rocks that people be like, oh, do you have one of these? Like, that's not a real thing, man. It's cool and all, but it's super not a real thing. Okay, so we've got all that. Okay, so there's not more clear quartz there. We'll drop those in there. Eat the first of our stew. Like, there's some... Oh, that's right, it's coming up here to also make more packed dirt. Your mother got some hideous purple bookends. It would have been lovely if they weren't dyed. Yeah. The idea of rock foraging is so silly, but any collectible area, there's going to be people trying to scam you. Well, I'm not even saying that, it's like the scamming side of it. It's kind of an artsy thing where they take the rocks and they dye them to do all sorts of stuff. It's kind of like you'll see the, you'll see like wood tables where they will put a bunch of dye into the wood. Now, I don't mean like dye like you're finishing dye, but like they'll actually dye the wood itself to have like patterns in the middle of it. And a lot of times it'll look really weird. I think I just put all that in here and didn't actually grab it. There you are. And so it's kind of one of those things you're like, man, you kind of ruined that piece of wood. So like to give you an idea, like taking a purple dye, and so you'd have like a big table and you have this like vein of purple dye through it. And a lot of times it just looks very plasticky. Now, the thing where they take where wood's rotted a big gap in it and they put resin in it, that's a totally different thing. Like, I've seen some pretty awesome stuff. And also, like, the color choice matters. But that's just a matter of, like, most woods are going to be either, like, a white to a tan to a brown, or if you're using aged wood, it can have blues and greens in it as well. But when you see them, they start putting, like, you know, violet and all that kind of stuff. It can be really hard to make that work. You'd have to find, like, a really dark wood, like almost like an ebony or something like that. Because brown and purple, not a great color combination. Brown and like a gray or white or a black, that'll work. Okay. There's a lot of quartz. But yeah, no, I really enjoy when people do the whole, you get the, oh hey, there's lead down here too. I really don't want to mine the lead right now. Oh, I guess the lead's just literally mixed in with that, so we'll see. Yeah, fake rots out there, and it's crappy that you can't just buy something and take it at face value. Like, howlite is often dyed to make it turquoise because of its natural patterns. Yeah. Well, that's, I remember finding something like, it's rainbow hematite, and you're like, cool, you dyed the crap out of that. It's not just a little dyed. You dyed the crap out of that. Don't be a whole extra layer. Okay. I'm not chasing this one all the way down. We just know there's more down there. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's the end of this thing. That's where I need to enclose this back off to when we're done. Otherwise, it's not actually eligible to be the charcoal thing. Honestly, we're probably getting to the point I have enough quartz. I wasn't anticipating this quartz vein being nearly this generous. Alright. So I feel like in our near future, we are going to want to be pursuing the stuff to do the glass things, because I have an obnoxious amount of quartz going on now. You probably have enough for a few greenhouses. So with the clear quartz, no. I have enough. Well, I mean, so if I'm making a greenhouse like to its full size, no, I probably have enough for one. Because it was, hi camera, it was like 14 by 14 by 14. And I don't need to make the sides clear, just the ceiling. But with the regular quartz, I got enough of that to do some pretty fun things. I just keep expecting to hit the end of this quartz vein. It just keeps going. What I might even do is I might even just leave this hollow on the outside. And then, like, if I get low, I can just punch a hole through the packed dirt and just go around and grab what quartz is still out here. I kind of just want to break the copper pickaxe before I stop, though, since we're already this far into it. You know, and then eventually, when I do exhaust it, we fill this whole thing in with packed dirt, so there's not a bunch of hollow pockets everywhere. Okay. I'll have even more lead that I don't really need. It won't end. It's like just a layer on the planet that goes the whole way around. It obviously isn't. Okay. Day 72. I found more quartz. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, most of the world's sand is quartz. If I remember correctly, I believe that's true. Good old SiO2. I think it was SiO2. Or was that salt? I don't remember. I like the game just tells you what you need to break. Need to break it? Oh yeah, it's like, hey man, you need a tier 2 pickaxe, such as a copper one. But no, seriously, this quartz is going on forever. Alright. So yeah, we definitely have more than enough for that greenhouse, by the way. As well as, like, if we wanted to use it to make lanterns and all that. Now, granted, I have no idea, like, long-term, if you'd want to make, like, 2, 3 full-size greenhouses, or, like, if one is overkill. That'll all be stuff we figure out. It's probably one of those things that you also have to take in consideration if I was playing multiplayer or solo, which we're playing solo. Like, I could definitely see playing multiplayer being like, no, I need way more.
FGS Heart FGS Heart R FGS Heart O FGS Heart Y FGS Heart G FGS Heart B FGS Heart D B FGS Heart P FGS Heart FGS Heart R FGS Heart O FGS Heart Y FGS Heart G FGS Heart B FGS Heart D B FGS Heart P FGS Heart FGS Heart R FGS Heart O FGS Heart Y FGS Heart G FGS Heart B FGS Heart D B FGS Heart P FGS Heart FGS Heart
It does have a limit on how long it'll go.
FGS Heart Y FGS Heart G FGS Heart B FGS Heart D B FGS Heart P FGS Heart FGS Heart R FGS Heart O FGS Heart Y FGS Heart G FGS Heart B FGS Heart D B FGS Heart P FGS Heart FGS Heart R FGS Heart O FGS Heart Y FGS Heart G FGS Heart B FGS Heart D B FGS Heart P.
And thank you, Leafy Pew, for the 100 biddies. I do appreciate that. Let's obviously be careful on how much we spam those things. Like, that's totally fine. But, you know, one's fun. If we start doing, like, 3, 4, 5 of those, then it gets to be not as fun. But thank you again for the 100 biddies. I do really appreciate it. It does have a limit, and yet it felt like an eternity. Yeah, no, it's just kind of a thing that happens. That's the reason why I was preempting before, you know, we have 2 or 3 people pop in and start doing the TTS spam. It's like, all right, it's fun in little bits. It was very pretty. Yes, FG has fantastic emotes. Multiplayer? I would say it's a game you could go either way with, like, the multiplayer and all that.
No spam, but spam is tasty.
And thank you again, Leafy Pew, for the 100 biddies. Where did I put my sticks? I would definitely say these kinds of games, there is a lot going for them for doing multiplayer. I wouldn't necessarily say it's made for multiplayer, but it definitely would, like, multiplayer could definitely be a major benefit. Alright, so grab those. Grab the clear glass. And now I have too much quartz to put in here. So that's a problem. Let's grab that plate out of there, drop some quartz in there, drop some more quartz in there. We can smash that. Let's go grab our hammer. Because then I can go grab you. And give it the great bonkening. Grab you. Great bonkening. Grab you. Bonkening. I could switch you around to put you back.
Yay. When a emote costs 400k, you want to share it with everyone. FGS Hardo, FGS Hardo, FGS Hardo.
I can imagine. I can imagine an emote that costs 400,000. Yes, I would be getting my full mileage out of that as best I could as well. Okay, so we'll just plunk you on the floor. Okay, so we got all the regular quartz stashed away. I'm also getting pretty close to the point. They're gonna need that. What is that? Oh, that's our ceramic bowls from our food. Drop all that in there. We could drop the metal plate over there. The copper pickaxe yearns for the quartz mines. I believe we broke the yellow pick, or the copper pickaxe. I don't think I have a spare. Yeah, because that's a prospector's pick. You know, what was the... Did we prospector's pick underneath our own home? I feel like we did. No, I don't think we did. Alright, well, let's make bad decisions. Oh, I don't want to deal with filling it in. Never mind. It's fine. Okay, so we've got the glass. We want to saw that in half, and I need a bunch of sticks, so we're going to go grab our little snippy stip friends. So grab you and you. We can go here and... grab that spare axe. We can drop the soup bowl off upstairs. Okay. Prospector's pick. It's quartz the whole way down. Right, so that's a bunch of stuff for building. Oh, I still have the pan on me that I gotta figure out where I'm putting. Just go away for now. So I've got the door for our greenhouse. We never did figure out what I was gonna make the walls out of. I could make it out of the same wood we've been using here. That wouldn't be the worst, because that would get rid of more larch. Yeah, okay. That's fine. So I'm thinking for the greenhouse, we give it a little bit of space. Yeah, and this is our road right here. So plunk it down right there will be the start of it. Do I want to make it vertical or horizontal? We'll make it... There we go. Alright. Alright, Night Dweller, you take it easy. We got all that. Okay. So with this, we are seeking out trees to obliterate. If once again missed the road. So I got a bunch of trees up in them there hills. Ready for the chopping down. Got a bunch way up there as well. Because that'll also let me get me some tree seeds so we can plant stuff closer nearby. We're also going to keep our eyes open for various wildlife. And I believe most of these are maple, though, not larch. That might even be what happens, is I might just pull up that one larch and just switch it over to maple. Okay, good enough for the first one. There's trees in them there hills, not gold? No. Every time someone says there's gold in them there hills, they're wrong. Every single gold rush in history has not gone great for most of the people participating. There were some who made good money off of it, but it was a very short list. I hope we get those Tim Tams after Drongo's videos. Yeah, no, that was so the thing that Drongo asked is like, give a good review as if you're in duress, and I'm oversimplifying what was said. And I was like, okay, I'm on board with this. I actually had planned originally to have, like, at the end, like, have Tim Tams thrown to me by Tomb or whatever. Because we can actually get those now. But between the cruise and everything and the travel, I didn't get a chance to get by to buy them. The real gold rush is for the shopkeepers and everyone. Yeah, and all the supporting infrastructure for the gold rush is where the money was. The trains and all that kind of stuff. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Otherwise, the only other people who made really good money, well, not even really good, who made money in the gold rush were some of the big mining companies who rolled in. So they came in with like their giant dredgers and everything, and like the where they could hydro pump the dirt out and everything. The big companies that rolled in. But like the individuals who showed up for the gold rush to try and make money, it's not that nobody made money, but it was pretty bad. Like, it was a very, very, very small number. Ow. I got shoved off the side. Probably grab the flint while I'm here. We've been getting kind of low on that. On top of that, like, most of the people, like, even the big companies, you know, you always see, like, depicted, like, them finding the big gold nuggets. It's not that that never happened. Most of the gold was brought out were, like, grains of sand-sized gold. You're looking for gold flake. And, you know, a lot of people using panning in that, that's how you got your gold flake if you weren't using a dredger. You know, you would just fight so hard to get, like, the tiniest little bits of gold together. And it was just kind of really, really not much. Well, the big dredgers, you know, you'd have two people working on this giant machine that just muck up, and it basically make itself its own canal as it went. It's like like the big dredgers, like they had the big scoops on the front. They had these two things that kind of float on them to go towards that. And it just scoop up dirt after dirt after dirt. One person was like repairing the machine while it was running, which was incredibly dangerous. And the other one just piloting it around. And then just, it would spit all the other stuff off the back and you have just the little bit. And what they would do then is they would put mercury in with all the stuff coming out. Because the whole process was you'd first have like a little sifter that get most of the stuff that's way different from the gold out of there. But then, you know, you still had a bunch of other materials in there and gold, and you need to get the gold by itself. So they would put a bunch of mercury in there, because the mercury would bind to the gold to make quicksilver. And then what you could do then is easily remove the quicksilver from everything else. And then what you do from that is you would then basically cook the quicksilver to get it to boil apart and separate. But that required you to breathe in, you know, gaseous mercury. You like the story of the blue clay that gold miners hated and tossed out, but was full of silver? Yeah, and silver is often the rarer of the two materials. Or I think it used to be. I know silver is, like, actual good silver is pretty hard to come by. Alright, so our inventory is basically about to be full. But this axe is also right about to break. So I figure we break this on the next tree. And get what we can. But yeah, no, it's cool to see some of that stuff. Even though a lot of it, again, it ends up being real sad. Like, all the people who went over there and how many of them, like, end up becoming an absolute humanitarian crisis because it was just so many people who were so desperate going that way, because they're talking a lot of this happened. The reason it was so escalated was, you know, for the Klondike, I believe that went on during the Great Depression here in the U.S., so people were hurting, but there just wasn't work to be had. So, you know, taking what you could and going up to some random place in the middle of nowhere because someone found gold there. This game has a certain vintage feel to it. Exactly. The Silver Rush doesn't have the same cache of cache by the company, and realize it was very wealthy. Yeah. But no, it's interesting history to look at the gold rushes and all that, even though pretty much all of it was someone found gold. Everyone, you know, who was desperate in their situation went running over there to try and find it if they could make it. And then the bulk of them ultimately went home or didn't, with less than they left with. Like, it really was bad. Alright, so let's go ahead and drop the flint here, and I'm suddenly realizing I'm immediately going to do... What was I going... Oh, right, I needed the sticks for that. And I need more. I got an inadequate amount of sticks. Just toss that for a second. Oh, no, I got a room for you. Okay. So let's drop you off. Grab the flint. Yep, we are working on greenhouse. So we got, oh, there was oak over there. Okay, well the oak we're saving because we can use that for leather working. I missed that one of those trees was oak. Oh, goody. I have creepy things living on the other side of my wall. Okay, so we can scrape this. They're called neighbors? I stand by what I said. Okay. So how much do I need to soak you? 6. So I have 2 of those, so I'll need 12. So there's 10. Oh, right. Did you... 12. So that's sealed and doing its thing. Honestly, same as these. Yeah, no, I'm fortunate with like the house that I don't have to interact with my neighbors hardly at all. We've definitely had some pretty rough neighbors in like when I was in apartment life. Okay, so we can make some axes. So axe. Cool. And we can chuck the rest of this in here. Grab you. Alright, so we've got those. So the question is, how is that going to look if we strip the bark off? Oh, debarked maple? Okay, that's interesting. Let's go ahead and debark the maple. I'm going to need a lot of that, so... Boom, boom, and axe. Done. 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 First axe is already broken. Put you back. And that'll let me start making the actual building. So we're going to pull up the one piece of larch. Can I just make that into firewood? No. For right now, larch, there. Okay, so it can be 14 by 14. What I should have done is I wanted, let's say, 4 tiles between. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Pick up the door. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And then this will be the vertical because it'll be the interior space. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I'm suddenly coming to the realization that we'll end up wanting to have double doors in this. So non-intuitive mechanics warning. Greenhouse makes 5 degrees Celsius warmer inside. Good in the winter, bad in the summer. Yeah, no, I gotcha. So you just take the roof off or pop a hole in the wall or whatever you gotta do to make it no longer qualify as a greenhouse. That should be an easy enough thing to deal with. Okay, let's see. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There's the vertical. All right. Keep accidentally clicking on the snow and placing it this way. All right. Cool. So we got all that done. Enjoy our stew. Okay, so I still got a little bit of stew left before we're done there. I'm going to go over here and just shove a maple tree in the ground right there. Okay. So yes, that's going to be a pretty large area in there. We still need to do the stuff with the quartz and all that. I will need more axes. Okay, that should end up being pretty good. A little bit of a gap here that I can run in between, all that stuff. It's going to take a lot of cutting down trees. I did notice my boat is like underneath the ice right there. It's fine. Or not, I don't know. I should probably worry, but I don't. Okay. Alright, let's just get back out here and see if I can't manage to snag myself. I just realized it has been a long time since we've had drifters show up. Like, it has been weirdly chill. Like, we did change some settings, but we fought a lot of drifters since then. 98 slabs? Yeah. If we need more, we've got plenty of, we got plenty more we can go for. I mean, it's showing the current rifter activity as medium. Yeah, no, I believe it fluctuates each day. Maybe it was calm. Maybe. That is a really big maple tree. Okay, so I need way more branches. Okay. But do you enjoy how there are these calm times that suddenly the rift activity picks up and you're under siege by the Eldritch Horde? Annoying, but atmospheric. Yeah, for me, I've been genuinely having a bit more frustration with the drifters. Not because they're even hard, but it's like I want to get stuff done, and they just keep showing up again and again and again. And it wouldn't be so bad if the combat was more interesting, or that you actually got better stuff off of them. You get the gears, and that's cool and all, but they kind of just sit there until you're ready for them later. So in a lot of ways, I'm actually not super on board with the combat as it is way. I wish they made the combat more interesting and more rewarding. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's knock this one down. Let me do some real fast. There we go. I'm also trying to clear some of the trees that are directly around our road. That's part of the reason I keep going this way. Cool. So at that point, I get to actually keep these sticks. Because we cleared the stuff around the road, at least when I'm running up and down, there's a bear right on the edge of the road or something, like, I can actually see what I'm doing. That's where I have the end of this road. Okay. And add some more oak. It's just gonna take time to get all the wood we need and all that. It's one of those things, and honestly, if I cut down a tree and I get just a bunch extra wood, I can turn it into firewood for later charcoal. Like, I don't need the firewood right now, I've got plenty. But eventually you just need an obnoxious amount more charcoal. And when that happens, I'll just need more firewood. Okay. Alright, so that's going to be another tree that I'm going to probably just break the axe on, not get all the wood from, but that's fine. I think our food got bugged after I ate that last stew and I didn't quite finish it. Because our food's not going down anymore. Which all you have to do with that is reload. Alright, the other thing we're gonna need... Yeah. So get all the wood we can from that, because we broke our axe before we finished it. You eat superfood? Yep. Alright, so we can drop all this off. But yeah, the only reason I'm not doing that right this second is we're getting pretty close to the end of stream, so rather than do like the reload and all that, I'm just gonna run home. We're gonna plunk some things down, get these seeds in the ground, all that kind of stuff, before we end up wrapping for the night. But no, I very much have been enjoying Vintage Story. I'm glad people have been enjoying watching me play and all that as well. It was one of those things that's kind of going back and forth, being like, alright, are people humoring me on it, or are they actually enjoying it? And it seems people are very much enjoying watching me play. I've been mixing in other things because I do realize it's not everyone's jam. Some people want them graphics. You can play so many hours. Oh, I mean, well, if you're gonna play Vintage Story, you kind of have to put the hours in. It's not a game you get to sit down and you put like 5 hours in and be like, I have had a satisfactory, productive day in the game. It is not a fast game. There's a bug with the food still where it gets stuck, but meals are supposed to stop the satiation from going down for 30 seconds per 100 satiation they restore. Yeah, but we're well past. We're well past when that should have still been going. Alright, so do this. Okay, so we did get our glass all sorted. We'll go and grab the saw. Okay. So I got more oak to put down here. You can put in something like 2 or 3 hours in the evening and feel like you accomplished something, sure. But you need a lot more, but it's something. Yeah, no, it's definitely, like, you can chip away at it and slowly make it happen. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to say that's not the case. But it's definitely one of those ones, like, if you're trying to do a run in this, you're going to end up putting time into to make it have what you're looking for. Like, you're not just going to sit down and knock it out in 5-10 and be like, cool. I did what I wanted in the game. New game. Alright. Let's debark this real fast. And I'll make extras because it looks like we're going to be doing a lot of this. Drop you off. Grab the axes, grab the handles, do this. Do this. Drop you off. I will need my hammer back. For right now, I can put the shears away. We're probably done with those. So I can grab the hammer, drop that there, and grab an axe. Done. 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 Put the hammer back. All right. So make those all 4 tall. Okay. All right. Just starting to frame this thing out. Okay, so the real question is, I believe the way this is going to need to work is I'll go up. That is not how I expected that to place. There we go. Man, you place in ways I don't expect at all. I guess I have to put on kind of the top edge. that'd be the first one. Craft them alone and it changes placing mode. What? Alright, so... Alright, let's see. 1 second. So if we have 14, and we're going to have it in separate sections. So it'd be 3, 3, oh, I see. These ones in the middle would be up against each other. Because they only have 2 open gaps. Yep, that makes sense. Cool. So then we skip one. And skip one. And slowly but surely put this together. Alright, so we can make this work by going 1, do this, break that. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, and there's the start of that greenhouse. So that'll probably be pretty nice when it's done. That's going to be a major project. I think I'm actually going to need more quartz, but that's okay. That should definitely be within the acceptable size. The ground is all not sorted out. And I also noticed, we looked this up the other day, the Terra Preta only shows up near red clay, it looks like. Interesting. We know a couple places we can get that. Obtained by breaking. Okay, so we can use bone meal, powdered charcoal, and compost to make it. Interesting. Okay. But that'll be one we deal with later. That said, chat, it is getting to be about that time, so I'm going to go ahead and get all this stuff going. But if you have enjoyed tonight's stream and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow, that way you can find your way back here in the future. And what's going to end up happening if you're watching over on YouTube, the stream will be dropping abruptly because I do not have a host ready for you over there. But thanks so much for tuning in. Don't forget to like and subscribe. But for everyone over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere because we're going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and all that good stuff. But I do hope you enjoyed the stream. We will be back again.